Welcome to Bathurst Mount Panorama, and welcome to the WorldSimSeries 6 hours of Bathurst. It's the third special event of the year. We went to Daytona, then we went to Imola, and now we're at Bathurst. It is one of those legendary race circuits, and normally we run this event early in the year. It's normally the second special event of the season. This time it's a little bit later in September. But still, the track promises us a lot of racing action. It's GT3s and GT4s running up and down the mountain here today, and it's 6 hours, so action will be aplenty. Here is that legendary circuit, and when you look at it from overhead, it, well, doesn't look that tricky. It is tricky, though, once you look at it with the elevation changes and with how close the barriers are to the track. McPhillamy Park, that top of the mountain, and then you head down into Skyline, through the Dipper, and through the Elbow, on to the Long Straight, and into the Chase. This track, it hosts the 1,000 kilometers of Bathurst for the V8 supercars and the 12 hours of Bathurst for the Intercontinental GT Challenge. And we're here on Assetto Corsa Competizione, the simulator of the Intercontinental GT World Challenge, and, well, GT World Challenge as a whole. And it's Spon at the moment at the top of the leaderboard. And he sits on provisional pole by 1.3 seconds. The track is still damp in this late evening qualifying session, and we'll start the race in the dark in the early morning hours, just how it is in real Bathurst. So expect the lap times to fall as the rain has stopped in this qualifying session. On pole in the GT4s, though, that qualifying session is over. It's AOR Racing Team with Javakshvili on pole position ahead of Sean Clark Racing and ATAC. Those are the top three in the GT4s, and a nice selection of cars. It's a McLaren ahead of an AMG, ahead of an AMG. And in GT3, it's very much the Ferraris, the most popular car brand out on track. And the front two cars, actually, I'm not sure what car Mendelis is running, because he's interesting. He's equal on time with Galunas behind. Mendelis in the 992 Porsche, but equal on time with Galunas. But on the WorldSimSeries website, Galunas is in front. Here on ACC, it's Mendelis in front. So, and now Galunas improves. So that little question is out, and he stops, and I think maybe a switch for slick tires. Not much spray coming out of the cars anymore. And I'm joined, as always, by Laurinas.
Hi, Gustas, and hello, everyone. Welcome to this special event. Qualifying session is well underway, and we have very nice, interesting situation here with the timing of the teams. We had two cars, two teams sharing the same time for P2 and P3. It now has changed, but at the same time we had similar times, identical times in positions 5 and 6, and they still stay as identical. Leandro Amaral and Alexis Neugin, drivers for Team Blue Flags and Scuderia Spinala team, they also have identical lap times. So even though we have a very long and technical racetrack, we managed to witness a very rare sight where teams are able to set identical lap times. But as Gustas already noticed, there is not much spray coming from the tires of the drivers. Meaning that, well, we might have some position changes shortly because drivers can still opt for the slick tires. Maybe they do work better now in these conditions. It's, I don't know, a very risky move, but if you are a little bit lower in the standings in the GT3 class, why not give it a go?
And even if you're at the front, I mean, it looks quite dry. I think it's a slick tire track, and it's all going to be about that final few moments, those final few moments when the track dries up more and more, even on the wet tire, the track will continue drying out. Papanastasiou goes to the front. And at 205.7, or is he at?
It is a driver change. That's team is still the same. The car is the same. International racing team. Just
oh yeah, it was.
Yep.
I thought we lost the driver from the front, no, but he goes out. It's Papanastasiou now going out onto the track, so he'll try to improve, and I think it might just be a.
I thought we lost Silverio, the driver who is currently on a route to better positions at this moment, at this point of the racetrack. He's 0.8 of a second faster than his previous best lap time, so that means he is currently looking at P2. So maybe he is one of the first drivers who put on the slick tires, and he's now using the grips of the racetrack. I don't recall the way we've checked the rain tires. I think we switched camera. I think they are on slicks.
No, it was me looking, and I think we'll get that.
That's gonna be pole position. Yep.
Okay, it is an improvement. I'm going to. How big was the improvement?
1 second. It was 1 second improvement.
So I think we're looking very close to a slick tire.
Yep, to a dry track. In comparison, what we had in the pre-qualifying session, the lap times, the best lap time was 1 minute 58.6, set by Tadas Juknevičius. So we are still 7 seconds off the pace, but it looks like the track is definitely drying out. Miguel Silverio is the first driver to use that to his own advantage. The qualifying session goes to an end. It's only 1 minute and 35 seconds on the clock, while Silverio is again the fastest car on the racetrack. We have Baltrušaitis, who's currently 9th, improving on his personal lap time by 9/10. So we definitely will have some shuffle happening throughout the order. I don't see more improvements at this moment on the grid. So Silverio is definitely having a very nice look into what might be a pole position for the LK Motorsport racing team. Car number 2. That means the car were second fastest in the pre-qualifying session. They didn't look too strong. Krikštolaitis just, I think he's just making some space for himself to start his fast lap. There is a little bit of traffic ahead of Silverio, and he lost 1/10 here in the SS. Not sure if that traffic has something to do with it. Juknevičius still in the pit lane, so what we've figured out with Gustas Grimbergas, as Silverio goes slightly faster again, is that Tadas Juknevičius has a goal to start this race from the last place in the GT3 class, because, well, he was not too fast on the racetrack, just set a lap time which was more than enough to go faster than a GT4 car. He was only, well, merely 2/10 faster than the fastest GT4 car. And he's now back in the pit lane. Whew. So, what do we have on the grid? Krikštolaitis, half a second faster than their personal best lap time. Galunis goes into pole position. I've missed that. So, by 2/10 ahead of Silverio. And currently no one is showing purple sectors as the qualifying time has ended. Miguel Silverio is right there within the limits of the fastest lap time at this moment. 3/10 now faster than his personal fastest lap time, so he's roughly 1/10 faster at this part of the racetrack as Galunis was in his lap time. And remember, Silverio made a small mistake down in the Chase SS. Losing a bit of time here on the exit from the Forest's elbow. And Krikštolaitis is now a rocket ship. He's gonna cross the line first. We have Vilius Baltrušaitis, who's also showing some impressive lap time, so that's gonna be a very interesting qualifying session. Krikštolaitis goes to the top. We have Silverio, who is still a bit faster than Krikštolaitis at this moment being, and we have Baltrušaitis, who is 6th. And he's driving quite fast here, so that's gonna be tight. That should be pole position for Silverio.
Yep. He takes a provisional pole, and it's only in the hands of Rivas. Baltrušaitis maybe. Baltrušaitis higher up, currently 6th. Can he find an improvement on this final sector? He does find an improvement, and it's good enough for P3. So the track drying up quickly. And it's all about those final few cars, and Rivas has actually finished already. The session has ended.
Yep, and Neugene just set a lap time, which was more than enough for 3rd place.
Yep, and that is your qualifying result. So Miguel Silverio in the Nissan GTR takes pole position by just about a 10th in the LK Motorsport racing car, ahead of Gediminas Krikštolaitis and then Neugene in the Scuderia Spinala car. It's 3 different cars in the top 3, 4 different in the top 4. As 4th place goes to Baltrušaitis in the BMW. Then it's Galudas in the IRT number 3, and IRT right behind him with Papanastasiou in P6. P7, it's the WorldSimSeries car of Mendelis and Soldukas. That is the Porsche. Then comes Africana Racing Team with Godinho behind the wheel. The team from Mozambique, and that sits in P8, the highest placed McLaren in the field. Then comes Rivas in the Customs GTAC, Team Blue Flag in the only Honda or Acura NSX. Then it's then comes Crackton Racing, a Stour Racing team in Visceral Esports. That's Juknavicius. He set a time that was just enough to be ahead of the GT4s. Then comes AOR Racing Team, pole position in GT4, ahead of Sean Clark Racing and ATAC. It's McLaren, Mercedes, the top 3 in that class. Then come 2 McLarens of the Ragtag Crew and Renable Racing Team. And then comes Muffler Shop Racing, Karuba Motorsports, Tornado E-Motorsports in the AMGs. And last place in the class, it's AJ Racing LT in the Alpine A110 GT4. So quite a few different car brands, but we'll see how the front of the GT3 field will pan out in those first few laps. Obviously, we saw cars that were high up the field, especially the car starting in 6th. That's the International Racing Team car. Spawn was on provisional pole for a large part of the session, and well, we saw what happened then. Couldn't get a lap in fast enough to actually improve those slick tires. They needed some time to get good, as we've got 2 minutes until we get away for the formation lap for this 6 hours of Bathurst. Here we go, back to the track as we move away for our one and only formation lap here. Slick tires for everybody as the track has dried out. The next half hour, at least our forecast, saying it's going to be clear, and that is a good thing, I think, for the teams. They're happy at least they'll get half an hour in until we have any rain. And if we do have any rain, that's another question. It's not guaranteed.
Well, the start is gonna be on the dries, meaning that all the drivers will use and try to use all the available grid. 22 cars will start this third special event of the year on the WorldSimSeries platform. And I'm really cheering for some nice and intensive battles. I really like the decision of Tadas Juknavicius, who seems to be driving alone for the upcoming 6 hours, unless he's sharing the simulator with someone else. But I would say, and my guess would be, that Juknavicius is definitely a single driver team who will start from the back of the pack in the GT3 class. So watch an eye and keep an eye on this white and red colored Ferrari. One of the more popular choices, as Gustas already mentioned in the qualifying session, though it's still nice to see that we have a couple more brands here on the racetrack. That's a GT3 car and a GT4 car race. It should be another exciting race on the calendar.
Round 3 of the special, well, actually round 4 of the special events, if you can call it, because we had the Palanga 1000 special event in as well.
Yep.
The Palanga 503, I think that was. And this is our 4th kind of special event, but that was a shorter race, probably the shortest WorldSimSeries special event we've ever had. And Bathurst, it's 6 hours, not 12, but I'm sure the drivers appreciate having a bit less driving time sometimes. Less chances for those big mistakes that often come around with the long events once the drivers get tired, and opens up an opportunity for guys like Juknavicius to run the race alone. So drivers warming up the tires. Tire heat extremely, extremely important here in this race. It's obviously still quite greasy out on track, I'm going to guess. We'll see what kind of lap times the drivers are doing. But guessing a quite greasy circuit out there. Here's Noiji. Here's Krikštolaitis, sorry, on board with him in the 296 Ferrari, a very successful GT3 car. Getting the Evo version next year. We'll see if that comes to ACC. I'm not sure about that, but I'm sure the ACC users are hoping for that. As everybody gets ready, it's the calm before the storm before we head off for 6 hours of brutal racing here on the mountain. Out of the final turn, it's Silverio and Krikštolaitis at the front of the field. And we go racing for 6 hours here at Bathurst. Silverio just about holds, well, actually not just about, holds the lead brilliantly and slots in. I think there's a position change just a little bit further back as everybody heads down that front, back straightaway almost after turn 1, the longer straightaway. This is Kopos Nidze. He holds the lead in the GT4s as well. He's got Sanchez in front, as Juknavicius already makes up a position into turn 1. Silverio is that damage, or the car just looks that dirty
I think
on the back already?
I think that's just a livery.
Okay, it looks yeah, looks kind of like damage. Crackton, I think he's had an incident somewhere. Yuknavicius already up into 10th place as Silverio leads the field. Here's Yuknavicius moving up the positions. He's got Godinho in front of him, but no real opportunity to overtake here. You'd have to be really, really brave, or the guy in front has to make a mistake for you to have a chance. He's going to go down. Nope, thinks better of it, and smart move. He'll have to wait, but this opens up a gap for those in front, and in front of them is Spawn, who's been unable to move. He's actually moved backwards from 6th down to 8th. So Spawn, one of the favorites for this race, he's moved back. Silverio leads the race still, gap behind 0.4 of a second. That's Krikštolaitis behind him, and I'm sure Krikštolaitis will want to dispose of him soon, but the Nissan has good straight line speed. Here comes Yuknavicius in the Ferrari on the McLaren. He's going to get the move done quite easily, and I don't think Godinho is going to fight him much into the chase. No, he doesn't. Smart move by him, and Yuknavicius already up from P12 to P9. An incident behind. Crackton spun out on the entry to the chase, so something happened, must have happened in the braking zone. And another GT4 coming off the road as well. So Crackton will have the opportunity to overtake all of those GT4 cars, and without blue flags either. Here's a replay of what happened. This is side by side with the only Acura in the field. I think that's Sanchez. They're right behind that battle of Yuknavicius and Godinho. Here comes Crackton. Oh, touch on the braking zone, as I think Sanchez, or I'm not sure who that was, maybe Sanchez, moved out a little bit and lost that time. Here's Rivas. He's in P7 at the moment in that Verstappen Racing Ferrari. Verstappen Racing liveried Ferrari. I'm sure fans of endurance racing have seen this Ferrari today already, racing in the Nürburgring Langstrecke series.
And this is a very nice battle between a couple of cars. So Rivas is
tied to that wall.
trying to chase down Egg, but he has two very fast drivers on his tail, including Spawn and Yuknavicius. And riding on board with Tadas Yuknavicius, I think he'll wait this out a bit, though the grid is still tightly packed. Doing a much better exit than Daniel Spawn is doing, and Tadas Yuknavicius will try and have a look into the inside or the outside, though he doesn't have a run now on Daniel Spawn, even though he's only 2/10 behind him. A group of cars, and most of the cars are in the slipstream, or is it a go? Tadas Yuknavicius.
And I don't think... Oh, somebody off the road. That's the Mercedes off the road in front. And another Ferrari off the road. This is going to be free wide as they come into the final turn. Nope, just about survives it. Will Yuknavicius get to dispose of Galunas? He does. And more action in. Opportunity took the opportunity up into well, he went up into P3 for a moment. Pixek is going to take back P3 just because he had an exit. Neugene lost a lot of time. So Pixek going to hold on to P3 as they will start to run up the mountain. Baltrushaitis gets a position back from Yuknavicius, actually.
And still side by side.
Side by side through the cutting. And Yuknavicius up 5. He's disposed of Spawn. He's disposed of Baltrushaitis, Galunas, and Neugene in that little scuffle there. And brings the cars behind closer as well. Hansford, the end of that field in the Acura. Remember, it had that incident earlier on. We'll see what the stewards say about that. At the front of the field, though, those guys have run off 6 seconds, the gap between them and Pixel behind, as Silverio leads, but just by 0.3 of a second.
Nice tight battles. Oh, Yuknavicius running down the hill, making a move on Rivas. Rivas was third at the beginning of this lap. He's now down to P5. Tadas Juknavicius makes his way through in the course of a couple of laps. He started last. He's now up to P4, 1.3 seconds behind the WorldSimSeries team, who that is currently driven by Pix-E.
Yep, in that Porsche, and I think Juknavicius won't have too much trouble getting past. Krikštolaitis holds the fastest lap of the race. We'll see if that changes once they cross the line now. It doesn't change, so actually sets an identical time to Silverio ahead, 2:03.612. And those two are locked in battle at the front, but nothing really changing. It's more the battle here, because we've had cars starting, let's just say, out of position, maybe to where we'd expect them. There has been a lot of movement there. Kobosnidze, though, leads in front of Spef and Mativeri in the GT4, so it's McLaren, AMG, McLaren.
Yep, and let's take a look back at what happened one lap ago, where we had this big pileup of cars. That's gonna be maybe the move of Riva.
Yep, and that's the move, a crazy move down into turn one. Maybe he didn't even expect it himself, and Pix-E got through just because he had that opportunity to get a better exit, but Rivas really tried something crazy, and it actually worked down into turn one. Maybe he was just avoiding the cars behind him. Juknavicius now all over the back of Pix-E, and he's just waiting for an opportunity to make that move.
Yep, he needs to make the move because the gap is now more than 6.5 seconds between Krikštolaitis in second position and in third. Still early stages of the race.
Big of a need to make a move. He's gone from 13th to third in a second in 8 minutes of this race. Gets up the field and does it easily. Pix-E doesn't even fight this one. There's no real point of fighting it either way, as Juknavicius now up into P3. And I think he might even set the fastest lap of the race this time around. We'll see what happens once he crosses the line.
So Silverio sets the fastest lap time for this moment, 2 minutes, 2.8.
And Juknavicius demolishes it half a second quicker, and he was stuck behind Pix-E for a part of that lap. So we'll see what happens once he actually gets some proper clean air. How much quicker can he go compared to those guys ahead of him? And another battle. This is GT4, Aleshkin behind Mativeri. As Mativeri goes off the road, Aleshkin goes off the road a little bit, and this is going to open up an opportunity for Frank behind in the AMG to try and make a move. Mativeri holds that inside, Aleshkin to the outside, and to the inside comes Frank, and Frank gets the move done. So those two battling, and it's a win for him. But the Savages, I see, is in the wall. He's gone off at the chase, but we're following this battle, and we'll see if anybody can find a way to make a place or lose a place somewhere here. This is, by the way, for third position in the GT4s.
Yep, Mativeri currently holds the third place in the GT4 class.
Yep, and Freshy has spun off. Matusavicius into the pit lane, the first car down into the pits. We remember seeing him have, well, we didn't see it on the broadcast. I saw it, he had a spin through the chase. And these guys should keep it in position for the rest of this lap until they get back to that back straight. Here's Galunas maybe trying to make a move. That's Spawn ahead of him.
I think Spawn made a mistake because he was right on the tail of Galunas. Oh, and we have a battle for the lead.
Yep, battle for the lead. Krikštolaitis, I think Silverio actually went wide into the final turn, but Krikštolaitis still stays behind. Tadas Juknavicius, who's in P3, sets a 2-minute 1.1.
Oh, that's not going to take too long, as
2 seconds quicker than the current race leader.
That's going to be quite a a fast and short chase for the lead, especially when the two leaders are in a nice battle. Oh, Silverio goes over the curb, unsettles the car, manages to avoid a contact with the wall. This is an indicator that the drivers are on the maximum pace of this stint. When you have Krikštolaitis on your tail, there is no time for you to think about nice exits. You just want to go around the corners for as fast as possible. Krikštolaitis now sliding around a bit when he's stuck behind Silverio, but this is a nice balance change, even though we are only 12 minutes into the race. Silverio a little bit too deep into the chicane, running down the hill. That allowed Krikštolaitis to come a little bit closer, but look at Tadas Juknevičius. No problems for the driver. He's still running around 2 minutes and 1 second. So roughly around his fastest lap time. And that's, well, that should be around 2 seconds faster than these two drivers. Gap is now down to 3.3 seconds between himself and Krikštolaitis. So roughly 1.5 laps, we will have a 3-car battle for the lead, unless Krikštolaitis will make a move on Silverio, because at this moment it looks like Krikštolaitis has a little bit better pace. I'm not sure if the tires dropped already on the Nissan GTR, or is it just the driver who finds himself...
It could be just the pressure coming from behind. Very likely. Drivers being put under a lot of pressure here on the mountain. It's easy to make a mistake. Again, you can have it just in the 201s, the only car even close to the 201s. I mean, he's closer to the 200s compared to Silverio, who's in the 2028s. So you can have it just, well, you'll almost approach this as traffic instead of a fight for position with how much faster he's going per lap. It's almost like catching up to a cup car, really. And how big that pace difference is. It's going to be an interesting fight for him. See how far up the field can he get in 6 hours' time. How many times can he lap these cars? At least one. If he can keep this pace up. Still no rain forecast, so I think we'll head to our first pit stop with dry tires still. And remember, it's 1 hour and 5 minutes the drive time. You can reset the drive time by just a drive-through the pits, but that doesn't really make much sense unless it would be a wet race. But right now, it's fine, and the drivers can just keep on pushing and keep on going fast. And in an hour's time, less than an hour's time, we'll see them come into the pits. Everybody will come in at pretty much the same point. You're trying to go over the hour just to be sure of the pit stop and not having to make an extra splash at the end. Also opens up your opportunities if rain comes in at a point in time where maybe you don't expect it. So everybody, I think, will be trying to extend their stints as much as possible. Only one which I maybe see an opportunity for is Krikštolaitis. If he's super close to Silverio, feels that he's quicker, can't make a move, wouldn't make sense then to maybe stop a lap earlier and trying to gain your time that way. But Juknevičius now puts the gap under a second for P2, as Krikštolaitis has lost some time. Silverio 2 minutes 2.1. His fastest lap of the race, but Juknevičius still a second quicker a lap. So it doesn't help. Silverio would have to find a second, and I'm not sure if he can find that much time in that Nissan. But a quick car down the straights will help him once they reach the traffic. Traffic's still quite far away on the lap. Looking from the back of Krikštolaitis, and he can just see the inevitable here, really. With Juknevičius approaching, the gap down 2.3 of a second. He's gained a lot of time on the mountain, and I think Juknavicius will have an opportunity here down the straight.
Half a second behind Krikštolaitis. Maybe he's a little bit off, unless he will not be willing to wait. The gap is now down to 0.3 of a second. That can be a chance.
Make a move, and I don't think Krikštolaitis is going to fight this one too much. Nope, stays behind into the chase, but I think he wants to make that move before they head back up the mountain, because it's just going to be a big time loss if he doesn't. He might have a chance on the second straight. Maybe even into turn one. I don't think he's close enough. He'd have to really put in a dive into turn one, so turn two it should be. As a little bit wide from Krikštolaitis out of turn one, and this should be pretty easy. I don't think, Krikštolaitis shouldn't be putting up too much of a fight. He stays about the middle of the track as Juknavicius goes to the inside. Should be an easy out-braking move here. Yep, Krikštolaitis understands what's coming to him, and he'd rather not lose as much time to Silverio than try to fight Juknavicius in what is really a losing battle here. Just the pace difference between these cars. Silverio, another fastest lap of his race, but Juknavicius still going much, much quicker. Now that gap 1.5, so shouldn't be able to, but yeah, 20 minutes in, 18 minutes into the race right now, and that battle for the lead. I didn't really expect it to come by that quickly. And actually, there's a bit of traffic up in front of these two, but they should be able to negotiate it down the straight. So it shouldn't be too much of a problem.
Yep, and this is Baltrušaitis. He was running 6th. He's now down to P8, right in front of Neugien. So Daniel Spahn and Galunis managed to overtake this BMW. Spahn lost a couple of places from the start. Now trying to get back into the race. He's 3.1 seconds behind Guillermo Rivas. And currently, well, with a slower lap time, but I'm pretty sure it happened because of...
just might be making a move soon. Silverio got held up by traffic a little bit into the chase. And now that gap down to 0.1 of a second. And Krikštolaitis has actually caught up to Silverio as well, so not great in traffic for Silverio. Juknavicius shows his nose, Silverio goes wide, and I think this might just be the chance here. But the GTR has good straight line speed, and he might even be running away in the slipstream. So Juknavicius will have to find a way through. I'm sure he will, but this might be his most difficult overtake yet.
Baltrušaitis heading into the pit lane. I haven't seen penalties being handed around, so maybe Baltrušaitis had some sort of a contact with the barriers, and the car might not be drivable.
Here comes the traffic, and can Juknavicius maybe find a solution here in the traffic? Not really, maybe on the cutback move here. He's to the outside, but I think he's going to back out of it. Knows he can't really make a move here. Would have to be really brave. Krikštolaitis, I think, actually lost more time in this traffic, but Silverio being put under huge pressure from Juknavicius behind.
Yep, that's pure racing on the mountain. Juknavicius definitely having the edge of pace here in this race. He was the fastest driver in the pre-qualifying session. Decided to have a little bit more fun here and started from the back of the pack. And now finds himself all over the place in the battle for the lead with a slightly faster car when running down the straights. But I don't think that's going to be a huge problem for Tadas Juknavicius. 0.2 of a second behind Silverio. So a small mistake, an outbreak for Silverio.
That was the small mistake I think he needs. He needs to go down the end. This is a good opportunity. Juknavicius is better on the brakes, and Silverio just leaves him the space. A little bit of contact on the exit there, but Silverio, look at the drive the GTR has, and Silverio actually defends the inside. I'm not sure if he really wants to fight here, because I don't think he can expect to keep Juknavicius behind for the whole race, because I mean, even if Silverio doesn't make a mistake in front, all it takes is Juknavicius pitting a lap early or a lap later and getting that position just of the pace difference that he has. So I think for Silverio, it's more a battle with Krikštolaitis behind. And if he keeps losing time in front by trying to defend the position, it doesn't bode well for him there. More traffic up in front, maybe an opportunity for Krikštolaitis to catch up, maybe an opportunity for Silverio to run away a little bit. Here they come. At the top of the mountain, gonna go down the inside. Ooh. Big slide from the Alpine in front and almost takes out Juknavicius, and yep, that's a time gain for Silverio for sure, and a time gain for Krikštolaitis even more, because he didn't even have to negotiate that traffic. The car just went off all on its own. That was Matusavicius. He's already been in the pits once with damage, and looks like he might have to do it again. He's far down on the GT4 leaderboard as well, as now they're catching up to a bit more of the GT4 traffic. Juknavicius trying to close up. He's got a bit of an overspeed here at the end of the straight into the chase. He goes to the outside. Can he make the move around the outside? A little bit of contact. They're still side by side, still making contact. Pushes Silverio out wide to the grass. Silverio still fighting him for the lead. Can he outbrake him? Not just about, and I think he's got it done. A little bit more contact on the exit. They're still going to be side by side, and Juknavicius now has to find the gap to the inside. Silverio boxes him in. No chance, and now Juknavicius finally gets the move done, but all this fighting has brought Krikštolaitis back into the picture. And Silverio, he's got the speed down the straight, will try to make a move on Juknavicius again. He's going to go to the middle. Juknavicius, I think, would try to then box him in behind the GT4s, gets through on the inside, and I think that is job done. Juknavicius took 23 minutes to get, no, actually 23 minutes to get into the lead of this race. And Silverio now under pressure from Krikštolaitis behind, so all this fighting that he got into has actually lost him time. That's what I said. There's no point in fighting Juknavicius. It's not going to happen, and Krikštolaitis made the smart move. Just let Juknavicius go. As soon as Juknavicius had an opportunity, you let him go to the inside and let him run away. And now Krikštolaitis putting Silverio under pressure. And if there's any more traffic, and there is a little bit, the front two in the GT4s, he might have an opportunity to try and make a move here.
Yep, still Silverio having the slight edge of an advantage running down the straight. That's why Krikštolaitis has a little bit more difficulties to make an overtake, as Neugene has some issues on the racetrack, heading backwards up the hill. And this is a quite dangerous spot to park a car facing the wrong direction.
Actually, he just needs to go backwards. It's important for him to not go forwards. Oh, no, that's the exact wrong thing to do here. But maybe he saw that he had enough of a gap in terms of traffic to do a move like that. But he could have just gone backwards, really, cut the corner, essentially, and turned around, because there's quite a bit of space there. He didn't really need to block the track. Here's a replay of what happened to Neugene here, approaching traffic and approaching that Alpine. Wonder if that Alpine was involved in this.
Oh!
No,
I couldn't say that Alpine was involved. Nope. The driver was just driving his own pace.
He was driving and got ran into for no reason, really. I don't know if he expected the car ahead to just disappear. Here comes Spawn on Rivas, though, and gets the move done. I don't think any traffic was really involved there. Gets the move done fair and square, but Spawn, who was 6th in qualifying and was leading the qualifying session for a long time, only now does he get up to P5. That's the difference between a good driver and a great driver. Juknavicius from last to first in 23 minutes, and Spawn from 6th to 5th in 26. So that's the difference. Of course, Spawn lost a few positions at the start, but anyway, he's already lost a lot of time to Juknavicius, who started behind him. So yeah, difficult. Here's Frank. He goes onto the grass.
Oh, this
Right
is a
before
replay. This is actually a replay. Frank has hit Pix into the back while running the chase. And
Yep, a little bit on that braking zone. Strange that he could even catch up to him, because he actually made the corner. It wasn't like Frank ran out of road. He actually made the corner just fine. But more that it was more that Pixel was really slow on the apex there.
yep, still a contact was unavoided, and Pixel lost a little bit of time. He's now in a battle with Daniel Spawn, who is right on his tail. This is a battle for P4. I wanted to say for P3. This is the battle for the first place behind the podium places. And Spawn wants that place for himself and his team. Didn't have a very good start for the race, but looks like they are recovering quite nicely. This is a comparison of the previous lap of Spawn and Egg. And the fastest lap times of these drivers is also separated by 7/10 of a second. So Spawn has the pace to try and get the position, but they need to work through the traffic, which sometimes might not be the easiest way to go around the Mount Panorama Circuit. Rivas in the background making a similar successful move. As we head back over to Krikštolaitis and Silverio, this is LK Motorsport racing against Beaver Grease racing teams. A battle for P2. In the first stint of the teams, during the first stint of the race, 29 minutes into the 6 hour of Bathurst race. Still nice battles shaping up on the racetrack. Juknavicius started 13th, last of the GT3 cars. He's now up into P1. So in less than 30 minutes, Juknavicius managed to take that leading position. I'm not sure if there will be any team who will have a chance to fight with Juknavicius unless Fatigue gets caught up with Juknavicius. He should be a single driver team here in this event.
Yeah, I mean, unless sharing a rig with someone.
Yep,
also
something we cannot be sure about because we don't know what's happening behind the virtual track. But I assume Juknavicius can complete the challenge for himself. And we've seen drivers completing 12 hours events in the past. So a 6-hour event is 2 times shorter than 12 hours event, and well, it's definitely possible, even though it's not an easy task. But yeah, one can do that definitely.
I mean, especially considering the speed of Juknavicius, even if he drops pace, he's still going to be quickest by quite a lot. He's got a second in hand per lap, so it's a pretty huge difference to have. Pretty huge advantage to have at the front of the field. Here's Spawn. This is for position into P4. disposes of picks finally, and up into P4 now. Took quite a long time for him to get up in positions. And still chasing down that front pack. 12 seconds to Krikštolaitis, who's, I don't want to say he's stuck, but almost looks like that. Almost looks like he's stuck behind Silverio ahead. So we'll see if anything changes on that side. If Krikštolaitis can find a way through.
This is a replay of Mativeri.
Yep.
Frank, I believe.
Yep. Move done. And then has contact with Aleshkin behind. And I think Aleshkin got through on him as well. Yep. Just looking at the timing. He did, and Mativeri has lost quite a bit of time now. He's yep, quite a bit slower, actually. We'll see what Spawn can do. Now he's been released. The cars ahead have been running quicker than him. Can he run quicker now that he's got zero traffic ahead of him?
Well, he'll try to do that. Krikštolaitis and Silverio, they are already into the 2 minutes and 1 second zone with their fastest lap times, which they achieved on the previous attempt. Spawn has been released. His fastest lap time is 2 minutes 2 seconds. So we should wait and look at what pace Spawn can do in this race. Track seems to be a bit more, still a bit more slippery maybe from the qualifying session, because we had 1 minute 58 in the pre-qualifying round. So roughly 3 seconds of the fastest possible pace here for the drivers. So we might still see some time, some improvements of time. And there you go. Daniel Spawn sets a lap time of 2 minutes 1 second and 9 tenths. So we have 4 cars now in the 2 minutes and 1 second zone in the GT3 class. So Spawn, he was faster on the previous lap time by 3 tenths against Krikštolaitis. It's a long way to go, and it's a very huge gap now at the moment between Spawn and Krikštolaitis. That's International Racing Team for Spawn and Beaver Grease Racing Team for Krikštolaitis. Krikštolaitis has Katkus as a teammate. Spawn has Papanastasio waiting for his round to run the his stint. It's gonna be 65 minutes stint for the maximum allowed time for a car to stay on the track before heading back into the pit lane for a pit stop. And then we'll start the strategy game between the drivers.
I don't think there's much. I think it's more if Krikštolaitis, if he goes in a little bit early, he can try and get that place, but really it's going to be about pretty much running to the max and either pitting a lap early or a lap late, because he looks quicker. He looks definitely more confident, more quick, so just needs to find that little bit of time, that opportunity to overtake. As you saw, even Yuknavich just had quite a hard job trying to overtake that Nissan, just because of the speed of the Nissan down the straights. So interesting to see what happens once Krikštolaitis can get in front, and if he can get in front at all. I would think he can. The gap's been kind of ebbing and flowing there at the front, but should be able to do it.
Yuknavicius has just set the fastest lap time of the race. First car...
2 minutes, finally. But yeah, not really a surprise. Krikštolaitis sets his personal fastest lap of the race, 2 minutes 1.6. Ran half a second quicker than Silverio ahead. One behind. Doesn't really have an answer to this. He's looks to be staying at a similar gap to the guys in front, losing a little bit of time. Lost time to Krikštolaitis. Stayed the same with Silverio, who's already... Oh, Silverio off the road. He cuts through the skyline. He cuts through the dipper there. So, interesting line. I'm sure that might be a track limit violation there. As ahead, that's the Alpine that's been causing a bit of trouble here today, and he's caused himself trouble by running into the wall there for a Selbo. And I think Silverio maybe lost a little bit of time on the exit, but he's got the grunt of the Nissan, and he should be fine to continue staying in front. 7.5 seconds. Again, that gap at the front of the field gonna be 8 almost by the end of this lap. So Juknavicius in the lead. He's just been pumping in the times. He's actually he's done a 202.0 last time round. What did these guys do? 202.4, 202.5, and Neujin spun round. This is at the chase, and we saw him already spun round, and I think Matusavicius might be involved in this. At least they're both stopped somewhere.
This is the replay, and Neujin still standing still. Yep, indeed, Matusavicius.
Oh, no, but Neujin just ran into him. He's actually just ran into the back of him.
I don't understand that. Well, let's try and get a look from an onboard view.
Is still parked out there, by the way. And drive through for car number 8 by race control. Oh yeah, that doesn't look good.
I don't know. Neujin forgot how to use the brake pedal.
That looks a little intentional to me, to be honest. Matusavicius in the pits. He's trying to repair his car. Neujin still stuck at the side of the road. Krikštolaitis cuts over the chicane there. So last lap it was Silverio. Krikštolaitis said, I want to try that line as well. But doesn't look like it's much quicker. Let's see if that traffic affects either of them. Not really. Silverio should get through it fine. Does, and Krikštolaitis will follow in suit. But the gap has increased quite a lot, so Juknavicius was negotiating that traffic before. And where has that car disappeared off to? I think we've lost that car that was having trouble and was stuck at the chase.
Yep, Neujin is...
And Krikštolaitis now off the road, so Neujin is gone, but Krikštolaitis off the road at the chase as well. So, a corner, really, where I would even call it one of the easier ones around the track, but having trouble. He's got 3 seconds now in the lead. The battle behind, it's still there. These two have been running the same pace for the last 20 laps, essentially. I mean, the gap's been increasing and decreasing at different points in this hour, but essentially stayed the same. As Krikštolaitis into the pits. That was the car that went off at the chase previously.
Wow. Was it a faster lap time? I think faster by 100 of a second.
Yep, it looks quicker.
It is yep, it is a bit quicker, like 1 or a couple hundredths of a second. That's how consistent Tadas Juknavicius can be on a track like Mount Panorama.
Finally finds some pace to a 1.7. And then Silverio, who was obviously in traffic, but still finally he's found some pace. Vince Bergen down into the pits. We saw a yellow flag for him, so could be some kind of issue. And again, it looks like that issue was at the chase. That's a very strange place again to have issues. Baltrushaitis, he was in the pits before. He's now going to be lapped by the race leader. So that's the first GT3 that's still running that gets lapped by Tadas Juknavicius, and many more to come, I'm sure. as Sanchez, half a minute ahead, but he's lapping about 5 seconds a lap slower than what Juknavicius is able to do. And Kobos needs still leads in the GT4s, extended that gap out to over 8 seconds ahead of Simon Speff. Frank in P3, he's about 20 seconds back from Speff, so big difference there. So the front two in GT4. We'll see what happens once a driver change comes in. Will there be a bigger pace differential, same as with the Ferrari and Nissan in P2 overall? This is Rivas versus Pixet. Rivas doesn't stay in the slipstream for some reason down the straight. Pixet able to break the draft. I think Rivas in the Ferrari. The Ferrari definitely looks much better at the end of the straightaway, but the Porsche, I'm sure he's waiting for some rain. And maybe a little bit better at the top of the mountain. Cristolitis this time does lose a bit of time. Lost almost a second through that last lap. Bon gains on Cristolitis, loses to Silverio, so keeping a similar gap. I'll be interested to see what happens once a driver change comes in. Maybe some quicker or slower drivers in some of the cars. We'll see if there's any change of position there. Rivas still trying to get up close to Pixet. He was close down into turn one. He's lost some time now, but Pixet will get stuck in a little bit of traffic, getting up super close behind the McLaren. This is going to be now for Guillermo Rivas to get the move around the outside, smacks the wall. And lucky that the damage model isn't too punishing, because that could have been just the wheel coming off the car and the race being over. So difficult move. Hansford in the Honda is now battling Godinho for P8, and they're side by side now. Actually, I'm watching that battle, and I think Hansford's gonna make the move. Nope, stays behind, and this is for P8. But Godinho ahead, making many mistakes, and I think we should see a change in position soon. Hansford not really using up much of the circuit. You can have just another fastest lap of the race. 2 minutes 0.732. So improving his lap times as the fuel goes down in the car. It's 23 laps already completed in the race by him. And Hansford has lost time at the top of the mountain, but you can see the car ahead really moving around a lot. And he was actually side by side when they came through the cutting, but both of them just making mistakes, and how the gap has swung in the exact opposite direction. Rivas still not getting closer to Pixet. Cristolitis losing time to Silverio last lap as well. Could it be tire temperature, tire wear? Not sure, but yeah, he's gonna have to figure something out, because I don't think he wants to be stuck for another hour. That's how long he would be stuck if he can't get an overtake done. Because you can see how difficult it can be to make those moves around the track here.
That's Rivas holding behind Pixet for the past couple of minutes. Well, it's more than a couple of minutes. For the past couple of laps, gap is roughly in between 1 second. Both drivers on a very similar pace here in this race. Sometimes Rivas being faster than and sometimes vice versa. Was that Pixet in the wall on the exit of the Forest Elbow? Maybe
Not
it was
sure.
very close to the wall
Could've-
because he didn't lose any time here.
Yep, don't think he lost much or anything at all. And again, look at how difficult it is to overtake around this place. And now Pixa has definitely made a mistake. He's definitely gone wide. This might be an opportunity for Rivas that he needs to get that position. Because if he doesn't do it now, is he going to do it ever? And still loses a bit of time into that braking zone. The Porsche looking better through the corners. And yep, that opportunity is kind of gone. There's a bit of traffic in front. Maybe that will be the chance here. Pixa being really late to overtake, using up all of that slipstream that he can. He needs it in the Porsche. Car not as fast down the straights as the Ferrari or especially the Nissan.
Yep, so he lost a couple of tenths on the back straight on the previous lap.
The wall. Matosavich is in the wall once again. And just looking at where he is on the track, he's at the top of the mountain. So these guys are going to approach him soon.
We just switched to Krikštolaitis. I think he had some issues. Yep, something happened with Silverio and Krikštolaitis, and I think we can head over and look at a replay. This is Silverio. Krikštolaitis was further behind, and well, maybe it was not between the two drivers, but
oh no.
Yep, and
So
I think
Krikštolaitis behind. I think.
Yep,
Does he have contact?
That should be on our screens right now. He is approaching the part where Matosavicius is standing square on the track.
Oh no, he sees him very late. And yep, loses time, I think, compared to Silverio. The problem for him now is he's actually dropped out of a zone where he could maybe try and do something on an undercut. Galunas off the road now at the chase again. These guys are really struggling there. Not sure why. Matosavich is off at the chase as well, but completely unrelated. I'd like to see a replay of both of those incidents. So here's Galunas in P7, held at P7 anyway, but what happened here? Goes to the outside, and what he sees a car in front of him. What happens here? Oh, he tries to get it turned on the gravel, then has to turn around because of the barrier. Wow. Let's have a look now at what happened to Matosavicius if we have a replay of him.
Oh, he has a badly damaged car, and well, by the looks of it, he should be kind of trying to bring it home.
That has to be extremely damaged for the car to be driving around like that. And Wall rides it through the chase and got back to the pits. I can see him back in the pit lane. And Hansford very close to Godinho once again. That's the battle for P8 in GT3. And they're in more traffic. So if we could have a look at the battle for P8, and Hansford gets the position on Godinho for P8 in the GT3s. Yep, maybe there's a replay of that as Hansford gets through more traffic and Godinho has lost a lot of time. It was in traffic through, it was through the cutting that they had. Yep, here we go. So that's the traffic up in front, and Hansford goes to the outside here, and Godinho kind of got caught on the inside, maybe even touched the wall. That's how he lost that position. So that place shifts once again. And Frank super close to Leshkin, who's actually got P3 back from him.
That's a battle in the GT4 class. Frank driving a Mercedes-Benz. He's now a little bit less than 1 second behind Aleshkin. Aleshkin made some sort of a mistake on the previous lap time. Well, he doesn't have a clean lap here. It was marked as red, meaning he managed to complete the lap while invalidating track limits, but he's in front of Franke in P3, 27, well, 28 seconds behind Simon Smith, and even more so behind Kobosnidze. It's quite calm in the GT4 class in the first and the second position. There's a nice...
Dino takes to the pit lane. That's our first, well, let's call it scheduled stop. Not super scheduled, but scheduled enough.
Rivas off the racetrack.
We've seen that before. Not with Rivas. We've seen it with the Vero and Sniper going off one after the other. Remember, Multiclass pitted very early. He had kind of sure, and he's going to get past Godinho, but obviously so early. But, next up will be coming soon. Expect the real pit stop to start in about 5 minutes time. We'll see if anybody really tries to get in early. I think Rivas could maybe think of going in early, trying to undercut 6M. He's too far away, even if he's got the pace here. Silverio decides to pit safely and early. So we'll see what the decision here is. Frank still behind Aleshkin, 0.5 of a second. That's your closest battle out on track anywhere at the moment. And that is for a podium spot in GT4. The car behind them is Mattiveri, but he's 25 seconds back, so the car you see in shot behind the car of Frank is not Mattiveri. Mattiveri, remember, was running in P3. He's lost a lot of time. Wow, 25 seconds. He's not been in the pits. Godinho still standing in the pit lane, and that's definitely too long, so probably a damage fix. And as I say that, he starts moving away. So a very long time in the pit lane. That's going to be Yuknavicius lapping him. But obviously Yuknavicius still owes us a pit stop, at least. Kristolitis improving, I can see in his delta, as is Silverio's going quick as well. Crackton spun out, so drivers starting to make mistakes. Silverio doesn't improve on his fastest time. Kristolitis does, 201.0. So they've reduced the gap to what Yuknavicius is driving. The gap per lap is now only half a second, but Yuknavicius is so consistently quick that, you know, I think he's got a bit more pace in the bag, and he might just use it at the end of the stint just to show. Sanchez, no, gets past Correa, I think, who's last car there. That was Crackton's incident. So here's your race leader, almost, well, over now, 20 seconds ahead of Silverio up in front, behind him. This is one hell of a performance. Let's see how many more seconds can he pull out in the next few stints. He was about 15 seconds back from the lead at one point, from what I remember. So really, really strong performance. Kristolitis, nope, he's just stuck in traffic. Saw that white marking, but nope, he's just stuck in traffic and loses more time. He was stuck in a really bad spot on board with Frank for P15 overall and P3 in the GT4s. Still can't get closer. Wonder what's happening with Mattiveri. His car looks clean, at least from the back of it, but he's lost so much time. Crackton and Dansford now into the pits. Hansford into the pits. So pit stops coming in as we're about to reach the 1 hour mark. Yuknavicius stays out. No point for him to pit yet. Silverio stays out. Krikštolaitis should stay out as well. So top 3 stays out on track. It's 40 seconds until we'll hit that 1 hour mark, and we'll be able to go through the current standings out there on the track. As Krikštolaitis loses time this time, 1.3 seconds slower than what Silverio was able to do in second place. So an unfortunate situation for Krikštolaitis, who we were hoping would have a chance to do something in the undercut. Hansford speeding in the pit lane. He gets a drive through. And yep, he won't lose a position. Not sure though. At least wouldn't lose a position now, but we have to wait and see how all the pit stops pan out. It's 1 hour into the race, the 6 hours of Bathurst on World Sim Series. Visceral Esports leads with Juknavicius at the front, ahead of LK Motorsport Racing and Beaver Grease Racing. Then it's International Racing Team, WorldSimSeries, Customs GTAC, IRT number 3, Team Blue Flag, Crackton Racing, Astro Racing Team, Wallbangers Racing Team, and Africana Racing Team right now in 12th spot. We're still waiting for quite a few pit stops, so this might change. In GT4, it's AOR Racing Team and Kobosnidze who lead the standings at the moment. And then it's Sean Clark Racing, Rinab Racing Team, ATC, Ragtag Crew, Tornado E-Motorsports, Muffler Shop Racing, and Karuba Motorsports. AJ Racing out, and I think a DNF for that car, and Scuderia Spinala, that car out of the race as well. So we've got 5 more hours to go at the 6 hours of Bathurst. As Silverio pits. Wow, that is early. And Krikštolaitis stays out. That's a smart move from Krikštolaitis. Don't follow him in. There's no point to do it.
Spawn
and
into
2 more minutes.
Spawn also into the pit lane.
That's early.
One lap early.
That extra lap?
I don't know.
Run the extra lap? Makes no sense here. But Rivas doesn't pit, so for him it would have made sense because he's close to Pix in front of him. So he could have tried an undercut here. Now he's going to come into the pits at the same time, unless I know he's got a faster pit crew. He's got a pit crew hack or something. It's not going to happen. So a strange decision here, and a strange decision from both Spawn and Silverio. Especially from Silverio. Why pit a lap early? This puts you at a disadvantage for later on in the race, and puts you at a disadvantage as well if any rain comes. I mean, if you have to pit and put on a wet tire early, could be an issue. So even if it's just 1 lap, sometimes that 1 lap can make a huge difference if we have changeable conditions here.
What about the weather forecast?
Still nothing on the radar. So still looking like we're just gonna have an overcast at least the next hour. Kobosnidze, Aleshkin, and Frank into the pits. For these guys, it does make sense because they can't make it another lap. And Juknavicius now comes into the pits. He was on the edge of making another lap. So I think next he might just be able to do an extra lap, so his advantage might increase even more. But we should see now everybody else in GT3 and everybody else in GT4 who hasn't pitted come into the pits. And here we go. Krikštolaitis down into pit road. And he gets stuck. Oh, and has contact because Matti very super early on the brakes. Gets on the pit limiter way too early, actually slower than the pit limiter. And Krikštolaitis won't be happy about that. Juknavicius already standing in his pit box. And Krikštolaitis should stop soon. Pix goes into the pits and he misses pit entry. Pix ran off, and I'm not sure if that will be a penalty or not, because Pix just went off on pit entry, braked too late and cut across the gravel, got back into the pits. I'm not sure that's allowed, though. Galunas drives into the back of a GT4. If you're following a GT4 car, make sure that you don't hit him. Krikštolaitis still stationary as Silverio goes past.
Yep, Silverio.
And, now it's Katkos behind the wheel of the Ferrari. So Silverio gains, he gains about a few tenths, maybe a second. But, yeah, I don't really see a point in doing something like that. Car number 12 drive-through cleared. That was Amaral, who sped in the pit lane. Spawn comes out in P4. Pix is coming out as Rivas still stationary. Soldukas actually instead of Pixet. Soldukas comes out. Rivas still not moving. Actually disappears from our timing screen. Comes back. I think you're having some issue there. As only now it's Martinez getting into the car. Rivas hands it over and loses position to Galunas in P6. So a lot of changes in the pit lane, making mistakes. Kardashauskas off the road. He was at the top of Skyline, but survives. And Javakishvili on track in the lead. So a driver change in GT4. Spef only came in now. Probably on time, so actually maybe they could have all gone an extra lap. So smart move by the Sean Clark Racing guys. They're well experienced. Martinez was spun around in the cutting, or at least had something, because he was stopped through there. Baltrushaitis now down into pit road. He's going to try and equal his strategy out with everybody else, but pitting a little bit later, maybe having a bit more options. I would have actually, I don't know how long his stint was here.
Oh, that's a strange stop. A reset or something? Just a short stop and then he got back going. That's Martinez. He took over from Rivas.
Yep, and Martinez having issues, and he's just had contact. He's been in the wall. Martinez has just been in the wall. That's the Emil Frey liveried car, the Verstappen Racing liveried car. Martinez has just been in the wall. I think he's having issues with something. Look at that front end damaged. Maybe we can have a replay and a look at that. Here he comes down Skyline into the Dipper. Oh.
Why did he disappear?
Yep, I think he's probably having some connection issues and appears again and then gets rammed behind by a GT4. I don't think that GT4 really could have done anything because that car keeps appearing and disappearing, it looks like. So a ghost car almost, but you can have contact with it, and Martinez has lost quite a bit now. So this was the car that Rivas was behind the wheel, and yep, they lost time in the pits, and now they've lost even more time. Soldukas in P5, Spawn up in front of him, so Spawn stayed in the car. Katkus got into the car of Beaver Grease, that's the number 5, and Silverio in the number 2 Nissan. So no change of drivers for the front two, a change of driver for P3. How quick will Katkus be? Baltrushaitis spun round now at the chase. I really don't understand, why are we having so many issues at the chase? It really is not the easiest corner of the track, but I mean, definitely easier than anything you have up the mountain. It's really just a straight braking zone and a chicane, but look, just goes off-road, out brakes himself. Really strange issues. I mean, these cars are not having that many issues up the mountain where you have very fast, difficult corners with walls super close. They get up into the open. They get into a braking zone because the right-hander is flat. It's just a kink, and then it's just a braking zone, and so many issues there. And not even with other cars alone. Drivers are braking themselves, going off wide, hitting the grass, pinning off. Yeah, strange situation. Maybe they should practice the flat part of the track more than the mountain, because mountain doesn't look like too big of an issue for that many cars. It's more the parts of the track that are easier to drive. Maybe they relax after the mountain. That could be an explanation. Everybody gets so relaxed that they start making mistakes on the easy parts of the track. And you can have it just in a bit of traffic, but nope, everything fine. Just saw the white flag on him, and sometimes it's a scary flag to see.
Yep, this is Martini, the Customs GT racing car, still with some issues, very slow lap times. His last lap was 2 minutes 5 seconds and 9/10.
I think that would be some of the damage and some just driver.
Well, right now he's quite quick. Right now he's running in the 2 minutes and 1 second zone up until this part of the racetrack. So the car seems to be fine. Regarding the speed, and looking at the speed that Martinez carries right now through the track, they lost roughly 20 seconds in the pit lane. They were stationary for 55 seconds, where, for example, the WorldSimSeries car, which is currently driven by Justinas Saldukas, they were stationary for 35 seconds. Well, where Silverio, Katkus, and Spahn, they were stationary for 32 seconds.
Leader in GT4 in trouble. He was stopped at the top of the mountain, loses the lead. Beth goes in front. What happened there? The car looks clean.
Did he just stop for more issues, or he had a healthy lead?
Yep, he had a big lead. He had a very, very big lead. Something happens here. Look, the car is slowing.
Katkus in trouble. Katkus in trouble.
Nope, Katkus is fine, relatively.
Okay, so no replay here for the previous leaders.
Benches now in the wall, and he stopped. He stopped in a very, very bad position. Get out of there right now, buddy. And yep. Gets out of it, thankfully. Wow, a lot of issues coming in now, but what happened to Javakashvili? The car just looked like it shut down almost. He had to perform a Control-Alt-Delete.
This is a replay of Katkus. There was some yellow flags for this car. Yep, it was an off-track, nothing too dramatic, but what's happening on the racetrack?
Normally that would be pretty dramatic, but considering everything else that's happening here, this is not too bad. It's a pretty non-incident. So Saba Javakashvili, what happened there? What happened? He lost almost 15 seconds. It's like the car just shut off. And incredibly, he didn't hit anything. Stayed out on track. And, well, he's going to have a job on his hands. 2 seconds behind Simon Speth. But wow, that puts some drama into the GT4 race. Katkus, well, he made that mistake, but he's behind Silverio and quite a bit behind, so don't think he's gonna have much of a chance to catch up. He doesn't look quicker, but we'll see how the other driver in the car of Silverio does. Wow, that was
it was eventful couple of minutes, definitely. Quite a lot of action happened on the racetrack.
I was about to go to sleep almost, and then everything kicked off. I really didn't expect that. That was just cars going off, cars having issues, and out of nowhere, really. So yeah, Frank and Aleshkin still, that battle still continues. That is incredible. Even after everybody's had issues, these two are locked together. Remember Mattiveri? Remember he was close? He was actually running third for a long time in there. I mean, over 20 minutes for sure. He's now a minute down from that battle up in front, and he's just been consistently losing time. Trying to have a look what happened in the pit stop, and if anything happened there at all. Yeah, he lost another half minute in the pits, so maybe some damage that we really didn't see before. Stint time-wise, Kutkus and Juknavicius looking best for that. Juknavicius actually had 4 minutes extra stationary compared to Silverio and Kutkus, which is pretty interesting. Not sure why. And another interesting thing, Silverio's speed trap, 285, Kutkus' speed trap, 290. Maybe just because Kutkus was in slipstream, but that Nissan definitely looked quicker down the straight. So Lucas's speed trap, 282 in the Porsche. So, slowest, except for Sanchez and Correa in the two McLarens, who are even slower down the straight, 279 and 280 at the end of the straight on the speed trap. So a few interesting statistics there for you. And stint time wise, actually best, so car that's pitted the latest is Amaral. He obviously had the drive-through penalty, and that resets your stint time. And Speth, remember, he pitted a lap later than what Javakishvili did, and he has an advantage there in drive time. And we'll see if Juknavicius can extend his stint by one more lap just because of the speed he's driving at right now. I do wonder why he spent those 4 extra seconds in the pits. Did he need much more fuel? I doubt it. So interesting situation there. In terms of lap times, trying to see how it looks like in terms of sector times. So best sector times. A huge gain by Juknavicius in the middle sector, and he's actually done a 59. I think we missed that. Actually, that was last lap. Yep, last lap, Juknavicius did a 59.9, first 59 of the race. Martinez in trouble once again. And right ahead of these guys, right ahead of Juknavicius. Juknavicius is gonna lap P7 now. And so we were talking about best sectors. Juknavicius gaining over half a second in the middle sector. That's the mountain. Sector 1 only gains a 10th over Silverio, 2/10 over Kutkus, so let's call it more similar, but that's just essentially one corner. And final sector, another 3/10 gained on everyone. Juknavicius really putting down the hammer. Gardashauskas in trouble, and at the chase once again. Car in 20th spot overall. In trouble again.
And heads straight into the pit lane. Now we can have a look at what happened with Gardashauskas in the chase. Got a bit too much of that curbing.
I don't understand. Honestly, I don't get these mistakes. You've done the hardest, probably one of the most difficult street circuits, if you can call it, up the top of the mountain. Huge speed, super close to the walls, difficult braking zones, and you get to the easiest one on the track, Correa, into the wall now at the top of the mountain. As I say that, more spinning from Correa down in 11th in GT3. He's now blocking the track. And there's another car incoming, but survives. He's got another car coming through. And gets it spun round. Go, 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 buddy, because Silverio's coming up behind and survives. And, oof. That was scary, I'm sure, for Correa. Maybe we can get a replay of what happened. Why did he spin out there? Not been a good race for that McLaren. Here we go. Kenny Correa goes through the right-hander and clips the curb on the inside and just keeps on spinning. Hits the wall on the inside then.
Oh.
It looked fine for a moment. It looked like he had saved it, but then just keeps spinning out more. And yep, lucky he wasn't collected by anybody. And actually, so Simon Speff lead in. Oh, Martinez once again. He's gone off at pit entry. And he stopped the car. He tries to get it moving. Did he stall the car? Can you stall the car?
I think you can. I think you can. And then you have to restart it.
I wonder if you can stall the Ferrari. I don't know if the Ferrari's got a conventional clutch. The Porsche doesn't. Porsche doesn't even have that hand clutch. It's an E-clutch, as they call it. What happens here?
I don't know. It looks
The
like
car
issues
just-
with.
I think those issues that he had, they just keep on continuing. And wow, big surprise for me. That car, it looked good. It looked like it was fighting the WorldSimSeries car for a top 5 finish. And, well, is in trouble now. He's a lap down to Soldukas. So, in, what is it, 20 minutes since the pit stop, the race has gone from good to, I'm not sure if that car is continuing, especially if that driver is having that many issues. Is there a point in continuing? I don't know.
They will take decisions. Martinez is in the pit lane, so I think they had issues maybe with the hardware of the simulator or something, but he's now
but
back.
who's used to say he's not going to keep having those issues, you know? If you have a driver out and you're not Tadej Ignavicius, sure it's going to be difficult.
I'm pretty sure the drivers had some sort of a discussion of what they should do about it. They are now back into the pit lane, and Guillermo Rivas, he was pretty fast. They were looking quite strong here in this event. So definitely had to, well, think of something, because the whole stint of Martinez didn't look quite okay. There were issues constantly, and I think they had enough time to take some decisions, at least for this race, what should be done next. And did they disconnect? No, they are still in the pit lane.
Maybe just fixing the car.
I don't know.
Rivas standing at the end of the pit. Is there a minimum pit time?
No, there's
No, but
not.
it's now Rivas behind the wheel. So Rivas has gone out. And, well, remember we had that issue for Jamakshvili in the lead of GT4. He's dropped to second, and he's catching back up to Simon Speff, who's in the lead of the class. And now we might finally have a battle. So what looked like a pretty comfortable lead in GT4 disappeared in an instant, and it's going to be McLaren versus AMG. Gained quite a bit on that last lap. Speff was slower on the lap before. They were pretty equal. So let's see what can they do here. Come into the braking zone and gonna start heading up the mountain. I think this is where the drivers will show their differences. And Speff, he's an experienced operator here on WorldSimSeries, and I'm guessing Javakashvili is as well. I haven't seen him much in the events, but I'm sure he's experienced as well, looking at his pace, because he's hunting Speff down, so it won't be just a case of putting pressure on and the guy makes a mistake. Now he's got Javakashvili just let Amaral through. That's traffic, and Amaral, for Amaral, this is actually lapping them for the first time. Amaral is lapping the GT4s for the first time. Maybe he's not lapping them for the first time, but he's definitely, in terms of timing screen, he's lapping them for the first time. So an interesting situation there as well, as Javakashvili did lose some time. That's normal if you're having these issues on the mountain. If you're having traffic on the mountain, and this is going to help Speff a little bit, but again, it's 4.5 hours to go. Might help you here, might hurt you later on, as that's the way it goes with traffic. And here is Soldukas on your screens. He's in no man's land, 25 seconds ahead, no, 23 seconds behind Spawn, 25 seconds ahead of Galunas. So
a no man's land on the Bathurst circuit, located in Australia. Justina Soldukas having a blast around this racetrack. 4 hours and 30 minutes to go. Matas Mendelis will take over the car
as he gets his car fixed. Guillermo Rivas, he had Martinez behind the wheel before, and Rivas back behind the wheel, but far down the field. I think his teammate having issues with his hardware, and Rivas will have to find a solution, because I'm not sure if he wants to run this whole 6 hours all by himself.
Well, 4 hours and 30 minutes on the clock. Maybe he's up for that.
He rested for half an hour, so it wouldn't be 6 hours straight, but yeah, I'm not sure that's how Rivas would want to run this race. Still no rain on the horizon, at least for the next half hour of this race. 4.5 to go. 1.5 done. And, well, we've seen a guy go from last in class to lead it. We've seen guys... Freshy now. Oh, Freshy's crashed, and this time it's at turn 1. Is it at turn... Yep, it is at turn 1. Not too many cars out on track. It's just 19 at the moment. So lucky that you've got time to turn the car around and get back to driving straight. Here's Freshy. What happens here at turn 1? I'm going to guess just clips the gravel on the exit. Wow, leaves a lot of room on the outside. Doesn't use up all of the track. And nope, actually just enough to clip the curb and gets on the brakes. And Yep, the wall.
Started from the turn-in point. You don't use the whole width of the racetrack at turn-in. You definitely make that next corner much sharper, and got back on the power a bit early, and that high curb just sent the car spinning. And
Let's
afterwards,
have a look, by the way, battle for P3 and GT4. Frank has caught up. We've seen that gap be at about a second for the best time of an hour almost. He's been behind by almost a second. Finally, it's down to
such a huge gap that he will allow himself to rest at some point of this race when he'll feel a bit tired.
He'll need, to go to the bathroom or something if the pit stop's not long enough, because it's just about 30 seconds stationary. And maybe that's his plan. He might use one of those pit stops as a bathroom break.
Oh, things you can think of while attending a 6 hours event on the WorldSimSeries platform. Why not just...
No, but it's a good strategy. if he can make a gap, if he can make a big enough gap, I mean, he can clearly run away again. So, if he can time his pit stop well, if he's ready to go to the bathroom, he needs to go. Well, he will have time to do it. Maybe even grab a drink if he can get that gap to about a minute. So now he has a minute, let's say, to go to the bathroom. That's how we'll count his gaps. Because he's got 30 seconds of stationary time and then about, about 35 of gap. So we'll see. Here's Javakshvili actually caught up, so it's more action in GT4. Here's Javakshvili down 2 points to 0.6 of a second. Mativeri was off the road, but he's gone back to normal, so fine for him. Lost a bit of time, but doesn't really matter. 1 minute, over a minute gap. Just an hour ago, he was ahead, maybe a bit more than an hour ago. But he was ahead of the two guys in front. Now a minute behind. I really don't understand where that issue came. I mean, he lost half a minute in the pits, but he's given away half a minute before as well. So it would be nice to have a split screen view actually now, because we've got two big battles in GT4 for big positions. One's for the lead, one's for the final step on the podium. And really, these are two battles that we expect to continue throughout the race, because they've been stuck together this whole time. Javakshvili, obviously, this car was quicker, got in front, but had an issue. Spef, he's just kept it consistent, but here comes Javakshvili. He's got good slipstream. Can he make a move? No, he can. Has to wait and has to bide his time. He doesn't need to rush anything. He's got the pace. He's got the pace advantage. Spef made a mistake last lap. He lost a second. That's how Javakshvili got back to being so close. But it looks like that GT4 McLaren being pushed harder than the AMG in front. Maybe just the way that car is set up. But to me, looks like, yep, no chance once again. It's hard to make a move. But we'll see, maybe something in strategy. Maybe something in strategy. Remember, actually, Spef went a lap longer last time he pitted, so Spef has an opportunity here to cover off an under, because clearly once he's ahead, he can keep that car behind. But driver change may be incoming later as well. So we'll see how the tide turns, but these are the two battles that we're most interested in, I think, right now in the race. Talking about P2 in GT3, that gap up to 10 seconds, and actually Spon getting closer to Kutkus. We'll see what the second driver in the Nissan can do and what the second driver in the Spon Ferrari can do as well. That should be coming to us in about half an hour, actually. They've still got quite a bit of drive time in hand. Let me have a look. Yep, still about half an hour to go for all of them. Even more. So we'll see what happens there.
It's nice to see a couple of battles, especially for podium places in the GT4 class, and well, Javakishvili, they were leading the race, but then had some sort of an issue, had to hold stationary for some time in the middle of the racetrack.
Yep, we're looking at that Frank battle. I was looking at another one. Here we go. This might be a big opportunity. He's got a bit of... well, I'm not sure if that will help behind. Frank moves out of the slipstream. He should have just followed that car, but he needs to get into the slipstream of the Ferrari if he wants to be pulled. Has to get into the slipstream of the McLaren in front. Can he get closer? Not really. And goes wide again. Has an opportunity, but keeps going wide and keeps losing that chance.
I think the organizers should ban the chase corner. Everyone's life would get easier, much easier. here this afternoon. A lot of issues happening there.
There was a layout of this track. The old layout ran straight all the way up to that braking zone. I'm not sure that would help, to be honest, because we can see what's happening with the braking zone into the chase, and there's a lot of runoff there. So I think some of the incidents we actually miss, if there was no runoff, I think we'd have much more issues. So I'd rather still have the chase there.
There you go, more issues right after the chase.
1986 was the last time the track ran without the chase. It was just the Conrad straight all the way down and into Murray's Corner in that final turn, and then the chase appeared. 1987, first time the chase was used, and it's become an icon of motorsports. Sometimes when you add a chicane to slow the speeds down, everybody complains, but I don't think anybody complains about the chase. Maybe not in these cars, it's not that difficult of a corner, but in a lot of racing series, and especially in years past, this was such a difficult turn because it wasn't just easy flat. It required a lot of bravery. Javakashvili back on the tail of the car he's chasing, back on the tail of Speff, as there's Silverio going past. It's easy to see which car is Silverio because it's the only Nissan in the field, but that's going to hold up Speff a little bit. Speff should have maybe just lifted to get back into a good line, but I think it might still be enough for Speff to hold on. Frank got closer as well, but can't make a move. This time is fine through the chase. I'm watching that battle while you watch the battle of Javakashvili. And still no change in that one. They are being passed by Dukas in exactly the same spot as Speff was passed by Silverio, and I think Frank might have a chance here. Looks like he's had a better exit. We can go look at that battle now for P3 in GT4. Aleshkin versus Frank. Let's see if there's a move being made there. Nope, they've stayed in line. So battle for P3 and GT4 doesn't change, but those two guys are definitely closer than these two for the lead. Aleshkin's made a mistake. He's actually going side by side with Frank. If we can get a view on that, because Frank's going to take him around the outside. And Frank's made the move. Too bad we didn't see it on the live picture, but Frank's made the move. He made the move on the exit from the cutting, as Aleshkin made a mistake. Maybe we can get a replay on that. Aleshkin made a mistake through in the middle of the cutting. He went a little bit wide through this apex right here. Look at that. Car goes sideways, slows down, gets on the traction control. Here comes Frank around the outside, has the better run, and gets the position. What a move. Finally found that opportunity. Let's see now. Once Frank's in front, can he try and get ahead? Savakashvili in super close behind Speff now for the lead in GT4. If we can get a view on that now. Javakashvili super duper close now. It's less than a tenth. And still, it looks like turn one. That's where he's losing time. Galunas, yep, I was going to say Galunas spun around and gets back on track just in time before getting hit by somebody. A replay of Galunas. Happens here. Nope, just too fast in. Too fast in, gets caught on that grass, car starts jumping around like a pogo stick and loses the position. Javakashvili still not able to really do anything. Still stuck behind. Frank found his opportunity. We'll see if he can extend that gap as he ticks off the laps. And Javakashvili now has Spawn behind. We'll go. Actually, Javakashvili. Oh! cut the track. Cut the track did Speff. Now, that's going to be another track limit warning, I'm sure of it. Flash of the lights from Spon behind, but I mean, Javakshvili is doing everything he has to. He's staying on his racing line. He's just driving his race. And yep, that's how you lose big time in the GT3s. If you get a car in front of you, and especially a fast GT4 like these front guys are, down the mountain, you can't make a move. It's just not possible. Galunas, by the way, into the pits, not surprising. He's got quite a bit of damage that his mechanics need to get fixed. And a little bit wide from Speff this time. This is an opportunity, and I think Javakshvili should try and take it somehow. Has to make a big move into that final turn, but can't do it once again. And, well, he's got to try and make it good out of turn 1. But it looks like that AMG just got that grunt from the low speed sections. And again, Javakshvili losing time in that first corner. I'm watching him on board. He's actually going down into second gear. And to me, it looks like he's having to upshift so early. And that's why he's losing the speed on the exit. I'd like to see that car try and go out in a higher gear from turn 1. I think that would be how he would get past the car ahead. And almost ran into the back of them, did Guillermo Rivas in that ML Frey Verstappen.com racing car. And he's going to try and go down the inside here. Contact into the wall. Speff being sent into the wall. And Javakshvili gets back the lead. But that's not the biggest problem for Speff, because his car is damaged, and damaged bad. Javakshvili gets the move done. Wow. I'm sure Simon Speff will not be happy about that one. As that was Guillermo Rivas. He was impatient after the earlier setbacks for that car. Crackton's now crashed out in the chase, and it's kicking off again. But wow, well, Simon Speff, I'd say he got taken out there. I can't really...
it's a very difficult situation. Well, Rivas was inside, and then kind of didn't leave enough room for Speff to complete that flat-out corner.
Yep. At the same time, I mean, Speff could have lifted. He could have just let the car go.
Yeah, I wonder why Speff didn't...
At some point, you have to give up the corner. He had the gap, because Rivas had slowed Javakshvili down. Maybe Speff didn't really expect it. Speff into the pits, unsurprisingly, because he's got damage. And, this was what happened with Crackton and...
who was that?
I'm not sure. Red Ferrari? Well, definitely, I don't think it was Juknavicius. Katkus? No, right? I don't think they would. Actually,
no.
Could be.
Nope.
You sure? I'm gonna try to right here myself. So, hang on. I'm gonna try and look, because yeah, I was watching the other cars.
Maybe it was Katkus. If it was Katkus, they definitely risk now to receive a penalty, some sort of a penalty.
I think it was Katkus, but I'd really like to see if we can still find it, a replay from inside Katkus's car, because that looked so strange. It really did.
This is the wrong replay again. That's the...
have a look at this. So, I think Rivas... No, I would put this one on Rivas.
Yeah.
It looks to me like straight.
Yep.
He went straight for a little bit too long. He would have started turning. I don't think Speff would have had contact there. On the other hand, for Speff, even if it's not your fault, you're in the wall. So honestly, should have just let him go. You saw that he was being aggressive and yellow for Yuknavicius? No. No.
It
It
was yellow
just
flag
crap.
for Yuknavicius, but it's I don't think there's anything dramatic.
No, just crap. Okay. Maybe we can find that replay again. I want to see it from Katkus's view. Because it was a very strange spot to really spin that car around. Talking about that incident
Yeah,
in the chase.
you should.
That doesn't look like it.
Oh, again the.
Nope. Again the same. Because I think we can have an onboard view with Rivas. If we can get that camera in time. Here we go. So look at him. Goes to the inside. Yeah, he went straight. He went straight. Should have started turning earlier. And yep. Don't have a defense for Rivas this time. This replay again. Okay, let's see on board with Simon Speff then maybe. If we can. Here we go. So sees the mirror showing here is wrong, but yeah, I mean, I don't think he could have done much there.
Yep, it was Katkus actually in the Katkus.
And Spawn has caught up to Katkus. We can cut to that battle once we finish this replay.
That's strange actually.
Did he lift in front?
Yeah, I think he did. Yep, it looked like.
It looked like he just lost so much speed. I don't... Honestly, for that one, I wouldn't put it on Katkus. I wouldn't expect a car to go that slow there.
Could Katkus' car have received damage because he's very slow now? He was 3 seconds per lap slower.
Well, rammed the car ahead. Correa, yellow, but nope, he's fine. Maybe just had a small slide. Well, I wouldn't be surprised if he's got some damage, but I don't know. Maybe just got a little bit flustered after the incident. But for me, yeah, I can't really find a way to blame Katkus there. The car ahead just slowed. Bragdon in the wall, as was Rivas. So once again, issues for Guillermo and issues for Crackden, who's continues to battle with Rivas. They're on different laps. Let's see what continues happening here. Okay, here we go. This is the incident.
Yep, of Crackden.
All right. I'm going to guess this wasn't related.
Though they are running close. Look behind this. Rivas. Oh, that's...
Oh! Well, there's synchronized swimming and there's synchronized crashing. I don't... Oh!
Yep,
again?
this is the same replay again from...
That's the replay. I thought they did it again.
Yeah.
Oh, all right.
Was there some oil spilled on the curb or something? Both cars. Oh, and then they had a small contact.
I thought there was some... I thought that was payback, because I was watching it. I thought that was payback for something. I've seen cars go off when you're following someone behind, and the guy ahead goes off by outbraking himself. It's quite often that you go off by outbraking yourself if you were just following the car ahead. Crackton, by the way, down into the pits. Not surprised, and he cut pit entry like a lot of cars did today. Yeah, so you can go off by following someone who goes off on the braking zone. I've never seen somebody go off on the same curb on the exit by spinning out in the exact same way. That was pretty funny, actually.
Yeah.
But still no rain, and no rain for another half hour at least. So Crackton into the pits. He's going to get his car serviced. Spawn has lost some time to Katkus now, so I think Katkus has gotten into a rhythm. But yeah, we'll see what the stewards decide on that incident. But yeah, I would be looking at what did that other Ferrari do? What did the Ferrari of Crackton do coming into that braking zone? For me, it looked like he'd lifted just mid-corner. And you wouldn't really, I mean, if you're driving behind, you don't expect somebody to lift there. And I think that's how that incident came about. But we'll let the stewards decide on that one. And we'll let the race continue. So a lot of interesting moments, can we say?
They come and go. They come and go. We have we have some very calm situations on the racetrack. Nothing happens, and well, as they say, when it rains, it pours, but it pours with accidents on the racetrack with synchronized slides and hits into the walls with contacts between the cars and outbraking into the corners, and then it stays calm again on the racetrack. And we are only 1 hour and 54 minutes into this 6-hour race, with 4 hours and 6 minutes on the clock. One could expect even more drama, as we stay with 18 cars in total here in this special event. Only 6 GT4 cars remain on the racetrack and 12 GT3 cars, so we've lost mainly the GT4 cars, and only 1 GT3 car on the grid as the drivers continue their journey running up and down the mountain over and over and over again, battling for higher places in this race. Some definitely meet a lot of drama on the racetrack. Tadas Juknevičius tried to create drama for himself, but he managed to deal with the self-created drama in about 20 minutes or so. He started last in the GT3 car field. He's now first with a 42 seconds lead against Silverio. Our speculation with Gustas is that the strategy by Juknevičius to have plenty of room when he needs to use the gap to go into the bathroom or have a little bit of chill on the chair or something like that. So he continues to pull away from the remaining of the grid, has lapped full grid up till the 5th place. I think only 5 places are still within the same lap, where we have Daniel Spon and Stevenas Katkus fight for P3. Katkus had some issues. Wonder if there's gonna be some sort of a decision. Katkus...
I believe Baltrushaitis is still on the same lap. No? No, he's not.
No, I think he's not.
No, not even close. Nope. So only Soldukas is the last car that's on the lead lap. Actually, Baltrushaitis is about to be lapped for the 2nd time, because they're only separated by the Conrad Straight. That would be the 2nd time he's lapped in this race. So Soldukas is a lap ahead of the car behind.
Oh, wow.
Wow. So top 5 with all of those incidents has definitely... and Spon, yep, that's battle coming back. Oh, Schwan makes the move. We were looking at the timing screen. Schwan makes the move, gets down the inside of Stevenas Katkus. and gets that move done. Remember, Kutkus had that incident before, lost quite a bit of time, and Spawn now up into P3. Finally.
I think Katko struggles a little bit with the car,
Yeah,
maybe some issues after that contact. We should have a replay on our screens now.
Here's the move, easy, and Kutkus doesn't even fight this one. It's another, having to make another pit stop.
Yep, that's very nice. Two battles on the same spot of the racetrack. One in GT3, one in GT4. So Katkos does not lose too much time. He's still glued to the back end of Daniel Spahn, so he has the pace, but struggles with something. Maybe just lacks a bit of pace overall. That's why he was overtaken by Spahn, but as soon as he landed behind Spahn, he sees the lines, he sees the braking points, he uses the slipstream. Looks like he's able to hang on to the back end of Daniel Spahn, which makes the race exciting. And this is the next battle for P2. So Aleshkin lost the position to Franke, but also went nowhere. He stayed behind Franke for the whole race. Both of these drivers are on a very similar pace. So if not a mistake, I don't think Aleshkin can make a move, though he's very close, but it's definitely a very hard and difficult task for him to overtake that car in front, especially as we've seen Franke making that phenomenous overtake on Aleshkin. So he just needs to stick up with the car in front. There will be next pit stops coming quite soon, roughly in 8 minutes time. So that should happen in 3 laps time or something like that. So Aleshkin can now maybe use your advice. He is running behind Franke right on the tail. He might give it a go for the undercut. Maybe do a driver's change, maybe do something different. They are so close to each other on the racetrack. They can come up with ideas. So similar strategy can go for Katkus, though I think Katkus, no, he's actually on, yep, he does have 1 lap of advantage against Spahn. So if Katkus would decide to go in a bit earlier, they would lose the strategy advantage. So I think the Katkos will stay out for as long as possible.
Longer for sure. Yep, Spahn will have to pit earlier, so will Silverio, but he's kind of out of it by now, 22 seconds ahead of these guys. So he actually held on. It looked for a moment that he would be swallowed up by Krikštolaitis, but it didn't happen, and he's now got a 20-second lead in second position. This is how quickly the race can change sometimes. Now, Frank and Leshkin are at exactly the same drive time. We saw Spef go a lap longer in GT4. So the question is, how can you do that? How much quicker do you need to go to be able to do it? We'll see in about 5 minutes time. Not that long to go until we can get an answer to these questions. It's Roma, Frank, still under pressure. These two have been giving us a brilliant show, and they've been clean through it as well. I mean, a very, very nice battle. Oh, but why? Because he lets the traffic through and loses time, does Aleshkin. But these two have been in a very nice and fair battle to the outside. That's Guillermo Rivas. He's still trying to make those moves in traffic, trying to gain back the time that was lost through the issues early on. Well, not early on, early on in this stint, when his teammate jumped into the car. Javakshvili goes into the pits super duper early.
Is it that super duper early? Well, it is like at least one lap early.
One goes in as well. Yep, goes in early.
That's good news for Kutkus. They will
Yep.
have a slight pit stop advantage towards the end
Well,
of
they'll
this
have
race.
at least 3 laps now. He'll extend his gap too, his pit time, his pit stop delta. So that can give you a big advantage. 3 laps is becoming a pretty big advantage, while 1, you could still say you can get out of it. With still the threat of rain coming at some point in the race, if you can stay out longer, you might be able to win some time, and especially it could be that you might be able to make a decision. You can see what the other guys are doing. You can make a decision based on that, and you can get on the right tire at the right time. And you've got the opportunity to pit earlier, to pit later, put in less fuel then if you have to pit earlier. So it's advantage Kutkus, and especially if Krikštolaitis gets back behind the wheel, we might see a bigger advantage. And then Papanastasiou gets behind the wheel of the Ferrari, takes over from Spawn. So we'll see what can he do now behind the wheel. Silverio, he stays out, so does the smart thing. He's got another lap to do, and he'll have to come in then. And yep, he should be perfectly in at the end. So with just a couple of seconds left on his drive time clock. And you can have it just has this one and one more, I believe. Yep, he'll have one more lap at the end of this one. So some of the guys realizing what they need to do. Another half hour of no rain, that's for sure. And the closer it's, well, maybe it will never come. Maybe we're just looking at that forecast for no reason. But if it does come, it would be advantage whoever is pitting later.
Franke and Aleshkin both pitting at the same time. No undercuts.
They had one more lap.
And that's gonna be an issue. He needs to spin around. He's...
no,
man.
So this is gonna lose him time. Good news for Kutkus, good news for Soldukas, and good news for Papanastasiou. Wow. So what happened there?
Why on earth?
At the top of the mountain?
He had a couple of issues, I believe. I think he had something before the contact, because there were 2 yellow flags for Silverio. Nope, it just cut out at the moment before the contact. But this is bad news for car number 2, which was leading the race at the start and just went in a bit too fast.
Have a look at an onboard of that? It looks slow.
Yep.
You hear it.
Yep.
He's rolling. He's got
out of fuel?
Pedals.
Out of fuel?
No. He's got no pedals.
Okay.
Because if he's out of fuel, he can brake. I mean, it doesn't remove the braking power in the car. I think he lost the pedals.
Oh man, hardware issues definitely.
It looked like it was slow at the top of the mountain. I mean, really, what he should have only that. He's at a big disadvantage in strategy. 2 laps behind now.
Because his pit stop was half of a second faster. Well, the total pit stop time was equal. They are on the same pit in, pit out times. So that means Papanastasiou lost the position on the racetrack as Krikštolaitis almost running into the barrier. And again, look how sharp.
Mario, by the way, back out on track in P6.
Oh, both cars into the wall.
Contact. There was contact. So Krikštolaitis is obviously coming out on a colder tire. Slow on the coming out of the pits. Slow on the mountain. Needs to get used to it. And well, was maybe we can have a look from on board Papanastasiou. That would be a good indication here. So here we go. Definitely Krikštolaitis struggling, going slower. Definitely loses it on the braking and just smacks into the back of him.
Yep, Krikštolaitis was dancing all over the racetrack on colder tires. The contact was quite small. I think Krikštolaitis didn't have huge contact with the barrier if he had any contact with the barriers. And there goes Papanastasiou.
Oh, beautiful move. Gets the juke on it. Beautiful. Was going to the outside. Krikštolaitis kind of focused on him on the outside, and then Papanastasiou beautifully went to the inside. Smart move. Beautiful, beautiful move. So great job by him. Now, Silverio. I'm looking at him as he's just gone off at the chase, but I think he's lost a lap.
Yeah, most probably. Yep, they had to tow the car back into the pit lane. That itself costs a lot of time.
No, but he came out on track behind Krikštolaitis, so he was down. I mean, gap-wise, he was down, but he came out on the same lap. Because if I look at their drive time, yep. So he came out about 40 seconds behind Krikštolaitis, which would, say that he would be 40 seconds behind him on track, but he's actually a lap and 40 seconds behind. Do you tow backwards in Assetto Corsa Competizione?
I don't think so. I never driven any race.
Oh, Silverio,
Again?
I think he's just frustrated.
Yeah, well, this time he definitely had pedals. This time he definitely had control of the race car, and I think the system didn't caught up now with this accident. So let me try and get it.
Watching him drive, I can see that he's very frustrated.
Yeah, this is the replay.
Lost a lap.
Oh, yeah, just a bit too fast on the curbing, and the car lost balance. Same spot, next lap. More damage.
No,
P2.
2 laps later.
Okay, it's 2 laps later, but
I'm still trying to understand. How did he... So his lap time was 6 minutes 9 seconds. I think he got towed backward.
Well, his pit stop time was 3 minutes.
Lap of the race in GT4.
Yep. His stationary time was 2 minutes and 40 seconds. So tow time, 2-3 minutes? Maybe they... Okay, I don't know. Yeah.
No, but
that's strange.
Because he crashed, and on the same lap everybody pitted. And he came out behind them. About 40 seconds behind them. Which is fine. How has he lost a lap? Because he's like total pit time 2 minutes 51. Fine. So he would have lost 1 minute 50 to Papanastasiou. And he was about 20 seconds ahead. Yeah, he was about 20 seconds ahead, so why would he be a lap behind if a lap is 2 minutes? Maybe somebody can answer that from WorldSimSeries. Very confused here because
Usual situation.
it's nothing new, and we're into this race. I mean, we're over 2 hours, so gonna get more confusing as we go on. Then his choice to tow the car was completely wrong.
Yeah, but if he had lost the controls, something happened. I don't know. Maybe he had to. Maybe he had no other choice. If the pedals were gone, maybe the steering wheel was gone. Maybe something with the whole hardware.
He was for sure steering. So unless he lost all pedals, but then tried to reconnect it, because he managed to do it in the pits.
That's such a shame. Yeah, he managed to do that in the pits. Maybe he had to exit the game and get back into the game to make the pedals work. I don't know.
The car stayed. So for me, this something doesn't make sense here, because then there's no point in towing the car back, because you lose so much more time than trying to drive it back, even slowly. You're not going to lose a lap there. And he wasn't even stood in that dangerous of a spot, because he's on the outside, so unless somebody else crashes in the same place, nobody's really gonna hit him. But maybe we'll get an answer soon. By the way, the bathroom stop tracker for Juknavicius, the new official measurement of gap in this race. So 1 minute 20 is at the front. He's got another 30 seconds stationary time. So we're looking at 1 minute and 50 seconds of time he can spend away. That's definitely enough for a bathroom break. 100%.
He can go and make big things over there. Definitely not small ones.
And that would have to be very quick. But I wonder what else he can do. How big can he get the gap? Could he get a gap big enough to make a coffee? We'll see. Oh, Amaral into the wall at Skyline. Ooh, gets it turned around. Go, 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 because cars are coming. P4 is coming. Nope.
That's Soldukas.
No, number 4 is coming.
Oh, number 4, yep.
Number 4 is coming.
Yep, so P2.
I'm looking at track. Yep, P2 is coming, so even worse.
Oh, again?
And Amaral, he's touching those walls. Sun's come out.
Does it make the drivers go crazy a bit? Maybe the hardware go crazy of the drivers?
People say that sim racers, they sit behind the screen all day, so they don't see the sun. Maybe it's something they've never seen before. Oh, look at that! Oh, he spun off at the chase, and wow. So he's got some very big damage, because the car was uncontrollable. It looked like a puncture almost. Wow.
Yep, let's hop on into the battle for P3 again in the GT4 class. You want to look at a replay?
New drivers. No, I don't want to look at a replay. Here's new drivers. And
yep.
Maybe a replay of how the positions changed. Do you have a replay of that?
I don't think so. I don't think so.
Both Arzakin and Abdelhadi. Now, while this is a battle for P3 now, the question is, because of Spef's early pit stop, it might be actually a battle for P2. So let's keep a pin in that one. But these two cars have been
Spef has 20 seconds of room at this moment. How much time do you need for a drive-through? I believe around 30 seconds. So Speth needs to pick up the pace a bit towards the end of this race to have at least 30 seconds of gap between himself and the cars behind, and then he most probably will be safe.
I'm rolling the wall again. There has to be a bigger issue here. Did he not pit? He's continuing to have issues. I just seen him go off at Skyline. Didn't crash this time. Oh, the car just rotates on him.
It looks more like
he
issues.
Hasn't pitted. He didn't pit.
And
Abdelhadi side by side. Now Abdelhadi side by side with Barzik for P3 and maybe P2 and GT4 goes to the inside. Still side by side as they come on to a new lap. Now these guys have been putting on a show for us today. And they keep doing it into the braking zone. And Abdelhadi gets in front. So that position switches once again, and I'm sure this battle will continue on throughout the race. Beautiful driving by both of these teams. And maybe something unique in this race. And now a battle as well for 7th in GT3. Crackton being chased by Lulis in the BMW as Crackton is stuck behind the GT4. So 7th place in GT3. Lulis has caught up. He's been running quicker. Here we go. Another battle. Amaral, by the way, into the pits. He's realized that he has to pit because his car is destroyed. And not getting closer. That's the only BMW in the race. And one of the few front engine cars in GT3. The other one being the Nissan that's still running. We had the AMG, but that's stopped.
I wonder what the driver, the virtual driver of Lulis' car is doing.
Wide by Crackton, and this is going to be a chance. What
What's the moves with the hand look? The virtual driver releases the steering wheel and presses something on the dashboard. Yeah, you see that's again.
Kind of
Flashes? No, flash should be on the steering wheel.
No,
shouldn't be.
Steering wheel. Brake pads.
Well, brake bias, we have that knob which should be turned, but well, it looks like the hand just presses a button.
I don't think it's simulated that far. I don't think they have an animation for turning the brake bias.
Do we have a brake bias on the dashboard? 51.8. What's that?
51.8. It's 51.8. I'm seeing it on my screen, but the knob to turn it is on the panel on the right hand side.
Yep, we can see the knob, but
wide. I think that's what he must be adjusting, or because I believe ABS and traction control are both on the wheel.
Yeah, he does that on the straights.
See now, if there is any more adjustment. He knows that we're on him. Doesn't want to adjust anything now.
Yep, no adjustments.
Oh, crash ahead! Oh, and he collects him. Crackton collects him. He had a crash with the McLaren in front. Collects Lulis for, well, no reason, really. Oh, well, we were looking for switch changes.
Again, unsafe rejoin for Crackton into serve. And here comes Rivas. Wow, it looks like Crackton is driving a tank or
goes into the pits. Not surprising.
Yep, let's go for a replay here. Which car is that? The GT4 car number 19? Oh man. He had nowhere to go. Well, he was already he already had the car lost there.
I don't think he was alongside the GT4. I'd like to see it from on board Crackton. I
Yep.
don't think he was alongside the GT4.
Nope. He was not alongside. That's why he got hit into the front part of the car. Oh no! He actually he just lost control.
He hit the curb.
Yep.
And he lost control. And unfortunately, we don't get to see what happened afterwards. But yep, that unsafe rejoin. Yep, completely on his own. But nobody to blame but himself, really. I mean, the GT4, he was driving his race. And actually, I think that was the GT4 race leader. That was Kobosnidze. Just looking at where the cars are spaced out on the track.
Yep, it is. Car number... Oh, that's 15. So maybe it was 15.
Yeah. Because
or was it 19? I think it was car... No, it was Kobosnidze. Yep, it was Kobosnidze. It is.
Just looking at how the cars are spaced out, that's...
Yeah, but he was untouched.
No, and he didn't do anything wrong.
Yep.
He just drove his line.
Yep, so lucky for Kobosnidze, that might have ended up not so nice as it did at the end for the GT4 class leader.
Yep. I really don't... I don't get that move. I don't know what the expectation from Crackton was there, really. Did he think that the car ahead would move out the way? Just lift? Because he could have easily made a move into the next braking zone.
Maybe he was just taking the line and was blinded, and I don't know, maybe he didn't see the curb well and hit it.
He was flashing the lights, he was flashing that, so he was expecting to make the move there. But it was pretty clear that the door was always going to close, and yeah, just irresponsible, I would say, from Crackton there. As, he now lets cars go through. That's P2 in the race. And, well, it's unfortunate for Silverio there, really. I do feel for him, because he ran a great race up until that point. But just so unfortunate. Rivas still in the pit lane, by the way.
Yep. Lulis stays out on the racetrack. I think he has at least a bit of damage. Goes slightly slower.
He needs to make it another half hour.
Yeah.
So I think even if he's slightly slower, he's going to lose less than, let's say, 40 seconds or a minute.
Yep, that's for sure. So a very long pit stop for Rivas. 78 seconds stationary, where usually you do that in roughly 32 seconds when everything goes to plan. So he lost about 43 seconds in the pit lane. What about Tadas Juknevicius? Shortening the bathroom break. He decided to shorten the bathroom break, I believe.
I don't need that much. Oh, the car behind him almost went off into the wall. Oh, well, this is going to be in traffic. What's going to happen here? He's smart. He waits. Continues waiting. Continues waiting.
Did he just clip the wall by himself on the inside? I want to take a look again at what happened here from the onboard camera, but I think he just clipped the wall on the inside. Yep. Blinded. Yep.
Oh, did. Wow. And that is first time the leaders made a mistake in this whole race.
Yep, he caught up with Abdelhadi. Let's take a look how much he lost. Around 8 seconds. Ah,
Could have been worse.
yeah. The car should be in one piece, though, well, it might spend a little bit more time in the pit lane to fix the small damage that it collected. But you can definitely call that a lucky escape for Tadas Juknavicius. It could have ended much worse than it did. Did he clip the wall again? Or was it just going over the curb and jumping off him? That looked like the car jumped a bit to the side. Well, 1 second slower. Maybe he does have a bit of a damage here because cars behind, they are doing laps like this when they are fast. Let's stick. I think we can stay with Tadas Juknavicius for yet another lap and see how this one pans out for him. Let's ride on board with the Ferrari driver. Solo team driver here in this event. In 28 minutes, that's gonna be half of the distance completed. Looks okay here and doesn't lose any time around these corners on the beginning of that lap. Starts to climb up the hill. Still, the delta shows it should be okay with the pace. So, I think... Oh, Tadas Juknavicius off the track! Tadas Juknavicius again making a 360! What on earth is happening here on the racetrack with the drivers? Is that fatigue hitting Tadas Juknavicius after 2.5 hours? This is a replay from the...
Hours. Couldn't be too tired. Wow. That's lucky.
I don't know. You can call that lucky. You can call that skill.
No, I'm not gonna call that skill. That is luck if I've ever seen it.
Wow.
Wow. Could have lost the race.
Yeah, definitely.
Right, well, wouldn't have lost the race unless he would have had to reset to the pits. But wow, that was another mistake at the same point of the track, and this time got away with it, but I'm sure he doesn't want to do that again. Solitis had some kind of contact.
Was that a contact? I think he's just running slow with the lap cars. Though he had a contact, he had a... Well, he actually had a... Yep, he did have an issue. There was 2 GT4s battling in front. That's Kobosnica and...
Oh, I'm sure about that one.
Back in action.
Dry fruit pen for car 16, Abdelhadi. Did we miss something?
More news coming in. I think 3 warnings can... no, 2 warnings. That's 2 warnings for car number 2. Car 20, causing an accident. Warning, that's between Krikštolaitis and Mick Tromke. What about car 6? Where did you get that penalty information? Oh, you received that on your screen. Okay, I don't get those messages, but yep, I don't see anything mentioned about drive-through penalties for car 16.
In terms of WorldSimSeries penalties either, on the WorldSimSeries timing page, track limits?
Yep.
Serve. He stopped at T1 in 3rd gear. What happened here? Okay, moving again. Found the gears. Has his Austin Powers moment, trying to get back out. Here's on board. Shifts up to 4th. Braking and he's stopped on the track. He's now stopped on the track on the exit of turn 1. Almost got hit by that BMW. Car 19 move, says race control. I think he's trying to. What is going on? Let's keep following this car. Clearly, it has some kind of an issue. Driving straight. Trying to watch the car. What is really going on here? He's still got brakes.
Godino now having issues. Yep, Godino. I think he was in the barriers. Oh, will he miss out Lulis? Yep, on the brakes.
He's slow. He's just getting out of the line.
Already going slow.
Yep. Oh.
No car control, so this had more issues.
And now 16. Oh, they've only got 1 lap remaining to serve that drive-through penalty. Car 16. They'll have to do it now.
This is the replay of Godino. Happened on the mountain.
Oh no. Oh no.
That's how you damage a McLaren car and make it undrivable.
Yep. A lot of issues for
everyone. Actually, a lot of issues for basically everyone. Even the race leader had issues. Lost. Well, he didn't lose a lot of time, but well, he had a couple of moments at the very same spot actually on the racetrack. 2 laps in a row. He's back on pace. He's now being the fastest car again on the racetrack. Doing lap times in less than 2 minutes and 1 second. So again starts to open up the gap between himself and Papanastasio. But you never know what can come here in this race. So everyone, including, I'd say, Soldukas, well, they should be very cautious and just do their job perfectly, even though they are a bit slower. But you never know what can come and what can happen for anyone on this racetrack. I think that's what this race is about, just survival. No mistakes, no penalties. What about car number 16? Did they come into the pit lane? No.
Issue for Crackton. He's spun round in turn 2.
With Silverio?
No.
Did it happen with Silverio? Both. I think it happened with Silverio. Oh, and he needs to damage. Maybe he tries to straighten it out by hitting the barriers with the front and the back.
On the other side. You just hit it back on the other side, you'll get it straightened out, but that doesn't look very straight.
Both cars.
Abdel Hadi, by the way, serving his penalty. Here's the replay. So what happened?
Both cars already damaged. Both cars have damage already. This is a replay. What?
Oh.
Looks like Crackton's seen the blue flags and just hit the brakes early.
Maybe can we have a look at replay from Silverio's side? Serve is off. Where is this car? Oh, it's at the chase. So I want to see Silverio's.
Yep. There we go.
What is going on here? So he's closing up.
This race is about getting replays of all the issues happening once at the same time of the race. Was it Silverio not braking? Was Silverio reading a newspaper or something? Or was it Crackton?
Not sure which car.
Again, let's go for the replay. This time on board with Crackton. No, I think that was Silverio who was not braking at all.
I think he was just way too late on the brakes.
Yep, and Crackton issues again. Wow, that was close, and that was Juknavicius overtaking Crackton. Was that Juknavicius? No, it was not Juknavicius. Was it Krikstolaitis?
No, that was a McLaren.
Okay, so sorry
Sanchez,
for...
Yep, Sanchez. Should have been Sanchez. Crackton finally reaches the pit lane after another difficult lap. And that car has been in the barriers a couple of times. And the top 4 is Papanastasiou, Krikstolaitis, Soldukas. They're on a single lap, and those 3 are separated by about half a minute between all of them. And that's your fight for the second step on the podium. Krikstolaitis, he's lost time to Papanastasiou for sure. So they're looking better for that second spot on the podium.
Okay, back to
Simon Smith.
Yep, in a couple of lap times he'll be heading back to the pit lane to make another stop after that early second stop. Was it? Yep, that was second stop, which was
got 8 minutes. Got 8 minutes until his pit stop. Something interesting with, well, actually Abdel Hadi, I thought he had served a drive-through penalty, but his, at least on my screen, his drive time count didn't reset.
Which car?
This car 16. Godinho into the wall again. And actually almost took out Juknavicius there. It's at the top of the mountain. is Ryan Godinho. Oh, just did it all on his own, and look at how close Yuknevich's got to being involved in that. Well, let's hope the race calms down at some point.
It will calm down definitely after 3 hours and 15 minutes, roughly.
Well, at some point we might not even have any more cars to run here, so at that point it would come down.
Good news that the cars are, well, definitely very strong, and no matter what contact they do have with barriers, the mechanics fix them completely, so I think we will have at least some cars here to finish off this race, even though it's going definitely quite hard for some of them.
Yep, this is looking like a pretty big crash fest style race, fortunately. And well, Kobosnidze should be very careful. They've got a good lead after that incident for Speth. So it's all about now managing that gap. And Abdelhadi, after serving that drive-through penalty, he's catching back up to Barzikin ahead.
So you said that time didn't reset for car 16. It did reset for me, so...
Okay, so it didn't... How much time has he got on your end?
59 minutes and 10 seconds.
Left?
Yep, left.
Okay, so it didn't reset on my end for some reason. So, yeah. Then that's... you might be able to run longer. I'm not sure how long can you actually run on a tank, but... I think it's longer than an hour and 5 minutes.
Yep, I think they can. They have the possibility now to adjust their strategy as Galunis heads straight into the pit lane because his driving time has met the sundown? Sunset. Yep, sunset. Stint time has met the sunset, and the next car on the grid to head straight into the pit lane after it should be by the end of the next lap, I assume, but that might be close. So Simon Speth is gonna be the next car to drive.
Yep, I think do one more lap for sure.
Well, they should do one more lap. Simon Speth,
yep,
the next
if
driver.
You want to get close to not having that splash at the end.
Yep, they need to extend the stints for as long as possible. There's time on the clock. It's maybe a bit risky, but still doable. Maybe it's not risky.
No,
3 minutes 50 seconds on the clock at this part of the racetrack. They still have plenty of time, definitely. Alex Leaf is waiting in the pit lane with definitely the helmet on already. Should be ready to jump into the car in about 2.5 to 3 minutes.
That's for, yep. Oh, so they'll split the race in half. Interesting. Silverio in pit lane. We'll see if driver change comes in on that car. But seeing his teammates' issues before, I'm not sure. There was a car off at the chase, but didn't impact anyone.
Yep, Simon Speth doing the right mathematics, staying out on the track, plenty of time to complete yet another lap, and that's gonna be a good, that's gonna be well spent stint for Simon Speth. Full time
into the wall at the skyline once again. He needs to get out of here.
Oh man, this is a very difficult race for some of the drivers. I don't know how much frustrated you should be.
Oh no, another spin.
Just collecting the hits. Oh no! And they collected Lulis again. This is the same car. Krakten has collected Lulis once. He collected him again.
He keeps trying to spin around. Krakten's finally back, looking in the right direction, but Lulis will have to pit.
You know what? Krakten is out of the pit lane. He was in the pit lane a couple of laps ago, like 2 laps ago, 1.5 lap ago.
Yeah, I think he'll have to go back in again, and I think Lulis will be having to go into the pits.
Yep, the car is undrivable, definitely. It's really hard to drive it in a straight line. So that's going to be definitely visit to the pit lane again. And Lulis, I think, also having issues here after that. Oh yeah, this is a badly damaged BMW. Another contact, another damage from the same car where the driver did nothing wrong. Lulis was just doing his own race, and
he was driving, and he's gone into the pits. No surprise there for Lulis. Oh, steering wheel completely out of shape. Lulis was just driving. He was doing nothing wrong at all. Abdelhadi, by the way, on the back of Barzican. This is P3 in GT4. So he was able to overtake him before. Now he's served the penalty and he's caught back up. So big speed difference. Too bad all of that good work has been taken away by that penalty. But he should be able to get around him quite easily as Barzican actually defends. Interesting.
Well, this is for position.
Yeah, this is P3, but Abdelhadi caught up to him so quickly that I didn't really expect Barzican to defend up ahead.
Well, these two cars, these two teams were in a constant battle throughout all of this race. Almost 3 hours into it, we are almost halfway through the race, and these two cars, different drivers, were basically one behind and ahead of each other, and now that might have ended a bit more worse. Abdelhadi waited it out.
Does the right thing here. He waited it out, let the car ahead go through, and I think he'll avoid any kind of penalty for that.
Let's take a look at the replay from the onboard camera. This wasn't intentional. What now? I want to see this replay again. Did you? Okay, I want to see this replay again. Yep, maybe that distracted Abdelhadi a bit. Did you see it? Did you see it?
No.
Okay, let me turn on the replay again. Yep. Okay, let me turn that replay back on again and look at the rear view mirror of this car. Nope, no, it isn't happening. It isn't happening.
No, because
wrong replay.
Before. No, it's not a wrong replay. It's the rear view mirror is actually showing you the live view out of the rear view mirror.
Okay, so I've seen Silverio coming
out by this before. Yep. No, it's not true.
Oh, where did Barzican go? 1.5 seconds into the distance of
traffic. I was watching them.
Okay. Okay. I was so excited about seeing a car in the mirror from behind and then disappearing. Like a ghost chasing down Abdelhadi in the replay.
Nope, nothing. But he did the correct thing. He lifted off and let the guy ahead go through.
Yeah, definitely. This was not intentional. Fair fight. Both cars very close to each other, so. Wasn't a big hit. Thankfully, Barzican managed to avoid contact with the barrier. So, I don't know, a nice racing incident that happens.
What else do we have in this race? So, Kriksteit is still losing time to Papanastasiou. So Lucas is caught up a little bit, but it's only a second really that he's caught up in a pretty long time. And now Kobosnidze is actually ahead of Godinho and Crackton. It's been delayed by multiple issues. And yeah, that's a big gap between them as well. So 11. So first in GT4, and I think issues with Sturv, who has just disappeared off track. So we're down to 17 cars now out on track. Nope. Serve keeps appearing and disappearing, actually.
More ghost things happening on the racetrack. What else?
The more GT4s we lose, soon there will be no cars that are not on the podium in GT4. Cars dropping out. Unfortunately, sometimes the nature of this circuit, oftentimes the nature of this circuit, as Abdelhadi still tries to catch up, wants to make that move before the pit stop. If he can just extend that gap a little bit, whenever he hands over to his teammate, Lulis issue at the chase. Once again.
And this is a brand new BMW. I think the team had a spare one. It's definitely without a crack.
He's already destroying it. I don't think he hit anything though. I think it was just a spin.
Yeah, still looks like a brand new BMW at the very difficult chase corner at Bathurst Circuit. A bit too fast.
Off on entry, up, spun around in the grass.
And there is
unrelated. That was Martinez.
Yeah, yep. You think it's unrelated? I think when someone sees a car in the grass, on the grass, you want to join him.
He was so far away. I'm not sure you could even see him in the grass there. How big that gap was before. So wow.
And look, they are back into P7. So I think the better position to finish this race belongs to the teams who have less issues than the others. Just
well, the team that has had the least issues is, I would say, the #1 car. Even with those two spins, but the speed that they've been able to carry, and every lap just taking off the laps, going much quicker than everybody else. Been a dominant performance. Abdelhadi on the back of Barzikin once again.
Straight into the action goes the cameraman.
Yep, and here we go. What will Abdelhadi do? Can he go down the inside? Shows his nose. And a little bit wide there from Barzikin. This might be an opportunity down into turn 1, but not a good enough exit from the AMG behind. Shows his nose again. Tries to distract the driver ahead. Maybe a little bit tight on entry from the McLaren. A little bit wide on exit from the McLaren. This could be the best opportunity Abdelhadi's had in a while, and he needs to make that move. Has to get ahead if he wants to start getting that gap for that final spot on the podium, but can't do it. Once again stays behind, and they're getting caught by Leaf behind. Pretty careful now. The cutting issue for Godinho, who spun round at the final turn, but gets back rolling. Don't think there's much more to that.
Just having some fun here. Bathurst, wow! Barzikin into the wall.
But he won't have, Abdelhadi won't have an opportunity to overtake. Not here. halfway into the race. The hour's done, and still this battle rages on for P3 or P2 in the GT4s, depending on what the car behind, the Sean Cork Racing car behind, can do.
That should be a chance for Abdelhadi.
To the Conrad Straight, this will be a great chance for him, right in the slipstream, right behind Barzikinen. If he's got, I don't think he has the straight line speed though. He might have it at just the very top end here, as the car's almost reaching the limiter, but he's not getting close enough.
Is this issues or simply the McLaren being the faster car down the straight? Because Barzikin, how he went off
faster down the straight. Here we go. Abdelhadi tries to cross the line into the final turn, but Barzikin goes very, very tight into the final corner. This might be a chance on the exit. He goes off a little bit wide into the grass. Now it's going to be who can outbrake who. Who's braver on the brakes? Down into turn one. Abdelhadi still side by side. I think Barzikin's going to go a little too wide, and this could be moved done. It's all going to depend now on the next turn. Can Abdelhadi hold on? We saw that this car maybe doesn't have that straight line speed that you would need to overtake, as definitely the McLaren's closing in, closing in, closing in, closing in into the braking zone. But he can't do anything, and Abdelhadi finally gets that position. He's now free to run in free air and try to extend that gap. And we'll see if that battle comes back once these guys change drivers again.
Yeah, Barzikin needs to make a pit stop in about 10 minutes. Abdelhadi had that drive-through penalty. So he has 44 minutes on the clock, so now it's gonna be interesting how much longer he can extend the stint on the fuel tank. If
I think it's gonna be a couple of laps maximum, but still an extension is good. That's a tiny benefit of that drive-through penalty. And Galunas actually does a great lap last time, 201.2. One of so that car's fastest lap of the race, as Lulis is battling with Martinez. That's actually this battle that that's the GT4 battle that just ended pretty much. And the battles still rage on, so still 2 hours and 57 minutes to go in this race. We can have a quick rundown through the grid as this battle is happening on your screens. Oh, and contact between them, and well, that battle's gone because Lulis kind of removed Martinez from the track there. But let's have a look. So it's Visceral Esports at the front. Tadej Ignat just 1.5 minutes ahead. Then it's International Racing Team, Beaver Grease Racing, WorldSimSeries, IRT number 3, LK Motorsport Racing, Customs GTAC, Wallbangers Racing Team, AS Tour Racing Team, Team Blue Flag, AOR Racing Team, Africana Racing Team, and Crackton Racing. AOR Racing Team, by the way, leads in GT4. He's got 2 GT3s in between him and second place in the GT4s, ATC. Then it's Renable Racing Team and Sean Clark Racing. Still a question of how Sean Clark's strategy will pan out for the rest of this race. Then comes Muffler Shop Racing and Ragtag Crew. All of the rest of the cars, that's Tornado E Motorsports, Karuba Motorsports, AJ Racing, and Scuderia Spinella, are all out of the race. They will not continue. So it's 90 laps already completed by the race leader, and we've crossed the halfway point with 2 hours and 55 minutes still to go here from Bathurst. And I think we're going to take a break for the next hour of this race, and we'll come back to you for the final 2 hours of the Bathurst 6 hour here on WorldSimSeries. Welcome back to the track here at Bathurst. We're into the final 2 hours of the 6 hours of Bathurst here on WorldSimSeries. It's still Visceral Esports at the front. This guy just continues to lead the pack. He's a lap ahead of the field, even if the timing screen shows 2 at the moment. We're still waiting for Stevenas Katkus to get across the line, and we'll see the real gap, but it's about 1.4 laps, that gap. Daniel Spondo, he's getting closer. The gap 6.9 seconds, and Matas Mendes 18 back from Spondo as well, so there still is a chance for a battle for P2. Overall, Miguel...
Actually, Daniel Spawn has just been into the pit lane, while Stevenas Katkus should head over to the pit lane by the end of next lap, and Matas Mendeles has 10 minutes of driving time, so a bit of strategy outsync here happening. And actually, Daniel Spawn with the international racing team is currently second in the GT3 class.
Okay, after the pit stop.
Yep.
1 second. Yep. Okay. So then comes Miguel Severio, who was running second for a very long time, but had that incident at the top of the mountain right here. It looked like he just lost his brakes. That led him to losing a lap. Bolters behind him, but he's more than 1.5 laps behind. But Guillermo Rivas, the recovering Guillermo Rivas, after many incidents for that car, 10 seconds back. And Multitritis had a pit stop not that long ago. Guillermo Rivas will have to come in about half an hour's time. GT4, well, there's been a big change. Alex Leaf has taken over the car from Simon Speff and has taken the lead. There was an issue for the car of Javak Schwindli, and now they are in different strategies. So I'm actually 20 splash and dash towards the end, but he's 42 seconds back from Rachmanian anyway. So no real shot at catching back up. Aleshkin runs in 4th in class. 5th in class is Serv, and 6th in class is Schlebusch. Schlebusch with more pit stops done and a pretty big gap there as well. Katkus into pit lane, and Spawn takes over that second position. Mendeles will have to come in soon, but he's still got a few more laps that he can run. And they'll jump Katkus by... Well, Spawn has jumped all of them and has extended his gap by quite a lot, considering that he's already made a pit stop. And any other real battles out on track...
Well, Rivas is 12 seconds behind Baltrushaitis. Strategy is a bit out of sync, and actually, well, but Baltrushaitis has only 1 pit stop in this race remaining for him. Rivas has a couple of them. Looking at the driving times. Sanchez.
So once we get, I think, to an hour and about 2 minutes to go, that should be when everybody takes their final, when everybody would be able to take their final stop, because it's an hour and 5 minutes on the stint clock, but I believe you still have to get to the finish of the race. And Yuknavich still has 8 minutes to go in his stint. He's run a perfect race. Has gone a lap ahead of everyone. He still has to pit again. I has been all, and you will have a much shorter final stop in this race as well. So we'll see what happens there and how the strategies will pan out of this race.
Yep, some strategies are still left on the table. We could hear you not that clear recently. Some maybe connection issues. You were coming in and then coming out.
Check, maybe
Check.
better.
I don't know, sometimes it's better, sometimes you disappear again.
Looks to light this off the road, I'm seeing. Just off the road, but on his outlap as well.
Cold tires. Oh, the chase, the famous Bathurst 6 hours race corner. No, actually that was clean. Oh, that's actually entry into the pit lane, so
yeah, but that's the last lap.
So the system didn't catch it. Yeah, the replay system didn't catch it, whether he went off the racetrack or not. But he's back on the track.
Yep, 37 behind Mendelis, and no real opportunity to catch up, I think.
Well, Mendelis will have to go into the pit lane.
No opportunity to, yep, Mendelis will have to pit, and I think Mendelis will just be too far away, whatever he does, unless there are issues. Rachmanian into the pits, and once he heads out, it will just be one stop to go. Even if Jabak Shruti gets in front now, it won't really matter because he'll have to pit twice. And Abdul Hadi coming out now, taking over from Rachmanian.
Yep, he's back on the track in third place. Leshkin, is he far behind? Yep. So
actually, Abdul Hadi and Rachmanian have each done an hour in the car. Frank was the one who did 2. Abdul Hadi back in. We'll see if there's another driver change coming, and well, the next stop will be with about only 40 minutes to go in this race. I'm not sure if it's worth it to change out a driver, especially if Abdul Hadi can do a good job behind the wheel. He's very far back, so dropped back after those two cars, remember, were super close together out on track, fighting for position. But yeah, something has changed. There was definitely some incident. Not really seeing any other big battles. Amaral, Crankton, and Correa, 9th, 10th, and 11th, they are all in it together. Correa spun out and had contact after the spin with the AMG there.
I think it was Schlebusch.
Yep, because the only other 2 AMGs we've got is Leaf and Abdul Hadi, but they're livery different. Sanchez into pit lane. After this one more stop to go. So Amaral, Crankton, and Correa are in. Are they all inside the same lap? No, so it's only Amaral and Crankton who are in the same lap. Oh, here's that replay. Yep. Well, we've seen cars going off there and nothing happening, but this time something did happen. Mendelis into pit lane. Again, after this one more stop to go.
I think Mendelis will stay in the car. He shares the car with Soldukas and El, but I think they should be doing 2 stint drives. Though I might be mistaken. We have to wait and see.
So Ed did 1 hour, so Lucas did 2, and Mendeles has done his first hour, so it depends how they want to do it. But again, once he pits next time, there won't be much time left on the clock, so I'm not sure if it would even be worth it to swap the driver out. If Mendeles can get that car to the end, it'll be about almost 3 hours in the car. He stays in the car now. So Mendeles going back out on track.
So I think it should be Egg doing 1 hour, then Saldukas doing 2 hours, Mendel is doing 2 hours, and Egg finishing the race. That's how Amaral damaged his 12th numbered car into the concrete barriers up the mountain. Korea still struggling with that McLaren. Again,
I just saw the BMW in front of him go off. That was able to shite this and cut that chicane.
And we are going into the evening here on the virtual Bathurst circuit. 1 hour and 40 minutes on the clock. 15 past 8 p.m. The track time. It's gonna get dark before the finish, so it's gonna get even more difficult for the drivers to avoid mistakes. They do a lot of mistakes here when it's actually lit by the sun and visuals are clear. I wonder how that's gonna be when it gets dark, and it should get dark shortly, I believe, like in 40 minutes or maybe even sooner.
Yuknavich just down into pit lane and comes in with 1 hour and 40 minutes left. So one more stop for him after this one. Drivers taking off their pit stops, and this car is definitely the one that you can call that it's just been ticking off the laps. Ticking off the pit stops, gets into the pit box, gonna take fuel, take new tires, and keep on going. This car, well, we've seen it make a couple of mistakes, but those weren't costly enough to do any real damage to their pace. We'll see if he can get ahead of Spohn and keep that 1 lap lead that he had coming in to the pit stop. Spohn is just coming out of the chase right now, and Yuknavich just moves away from the pit lane, and he's still a lap ahead, so a lap ahead of everyone. And he'll just keep extending his gap. Who else can he lap throughout this race? Now the top 5, I believe, are in their correct gaps and their correct positions. Kyrkschleiptis would have to gain a minute. I don't think that's going to happen. Mendeles would have to gain 22 seconds. Well, if he can really turn up the pace here, maybe able to do something. Mendeles will gain just a little bit in that final pit stop. He's got an advantage of about 6 minutes, but I'm not sure that's going to be enough for 22 seconds. It might be enough for just ticking off a bit more time. If he can find pace here, maybe he can find a way to get up into a podium position. Be unfortunate to finish 4th. That's pretty much the place where you don't want to finish. You at least want to finish as 4th, not on the podium, and especially if you aren't close to the podium.
That's 2 leaders in 1 shot.
Yep, getting past the Sean Clark Racing car of Alex Leaf. And, well, this car was taken out by a GT3 about 3 hours ago, or 4 hours ago, but got it fixed, and it looked like it was all over for them for the win. But clearly, that's not the case, because their nearest rival is Abdel Hadi. And Javagashvili will have to pit twice Well, these guys should just about be able to not make that second pit stop, and that was so important. When it happened to them, the incident, the crash that happened to them, was so crucial when it happened, because if it would have happened like 5-6 minutes earlier, they would have had to make another pit stop towards the end. So good news for them in that sense. Wasn't good news during the crash. But these guys have won many of these special events. They know how to do it. And sometimes it's just about survival. And even if they didn't survive that crash, I'm guessing the 15 McLaren just had more issues. And in 1 hour, it all changed in 1 hour when we were having our break. The script was flipped, and we had that big change at the front of the field. And an important position, because the winners of each class get prizes, as always, here on WorldSimSeries. And the winners of each class, they get WorldSimSeries branded sim racing gloves and 3 months of WorldSimSeries Premium.
Yep, this is the replay. This is what happened to Yavakishvili, and that's the reason they lost the lead. Let's run through the replay again. They had lots of damage. They had to come into the pit lane earlier. They are now out of sync, in and out of sync strategy, and lost the lead.
Yeah, that's a lot of damage. Yep. That's unfortunate. This just shows how quickly this track can bite. And second place in the race in each class will get 2 months of WorldSimSeries Premium subscription, and third place gets 1 month of WorldSimSeries Premium subscription. So good prizes to fight for. This car just stationary. Yep. As the sun goes down, we'll see how these lights illuminate the mountain. Here we go. This is a replay. Race leader ahead of you. The flashing Lumi rank at the top of the windscreen shows you that's the leader, and just too fast, and whoa. Too greedy on the throttle when trying to get out of that gravel trap. Here's your race leader. Flashing Lumi rank at the, well, driver's top right of the windscreen. Let's see it from here. It's nicely hidden. That black panel top right was top right of your screen. Shows the car's position and shows who's driving it. And whenever it's a class leader, the light panel flashes to let others know that the leader is approaching. You can see it right here down the straight. You can see the flash of the panel. That means it's the race leader, and to get out of the way. But when you're going at these speeds, up and down the mountain, you don't really see if anybody's got a flashing light. That's why sim racing, it's good that you have the relative displays. You can see exactly who's approaching and how you should act depending on the car. If it's for position, or if it's a faster car, maybe slower car behind you. Especially when it gets dark, it's hard to see. Headlights, that's pretty much all you see, and some of them look so similar, especially the Ferrari and the McLaren. They look so similar, even in daytime, that at night, if you're just looking at headlights, you have no clue what's approaching you. So sometimes important to see.
And it's definitely gonna be important because quite shortly it's gonna be black. It's gonna have black skies above the racetrack. But the drivers will need to continue to drive around the track. We've seen a lot of issues here. There's definitely, well, I assume there will be more issues when it's dark.
Maybe everybody's just gotten used to the track now, I hope. I mean, it's been over 4 hours. You can kind of get into a rhythm. By the way, Spawn is 19 seconds behind the leader, so a lap and 19 seconds. That's their gap, and they've got a minute behind them to Krikštelaitis, who's lapping in the 2 minutes. First time, I believe, for this car in the 2 minutes. That's good news for them. Correa into the pits.
Well, it's autumn. It's actually the conditions on the racetrack. It's 13 degrees of air temperature and 13 degrees of track temperature. So, well, theoretically, the track is getting faster with the weather cooling down a bit and the track getting colder. The tires don't overheat that much. And
I wonder, is it simulating today our date?
I don't see the date, the exact date, so I cannot tell.
Maybe we can bring in the YouTube comments. Maybe YouTube comments can tell us if ACC simulates today's date or if it simulates the date of the race.
I would go for today's date. But maybe it's actually just a fictional simulated weather.
I'd like to have a look. So, races. Not so sure, to be honest. See how cold it gets at night, because it's obviously early spring for Australians.
Oh, Yakashvili into the pit lane already. They had 20 minutes of drive time.
I'm guessing they're splitting up the final stint. They're splitting up these next few stints because they've done 44 minutes, so I think they'll do another 45 and then another 45 after
Yeah,
that.
probably something with the stints, but does it? I think it does make a small difference because Abdelhari, they are the car that Yavakishvili are. Well, they are fighting with car number 16 for overall second position. The gap was around 20 seconds between Abdelhari and Yakishvili, but Abdelhari had only one stop remaining, while Yavakishvili, they have two stops. But, well, the further you go, the shorter last pit stop you can have. But
they're shortening both of their stops, so it ends up as the same. Because you still need the same amount of fuel to get to the end. It doesn't matter. So
yeah, that's true.
Both stints. And you can run quicker than for both stints because you have fresher tires. Actually, the last 3 stints they're doing it, so they've got fresher tires for the last 3 stints of the race. Because even if they would have run to the end of this stint, which would have been an hour and 10 minutes to the end, you have to pit again anyway. So you're better off fueling less, having new tires on all the time, and going faster. And you'll be fueling up the exact same amount. So it's a good move in terms of strategy. Because they would have had to pit for 5 minutes, which maybe you could say you could save a tire change. You could not change tires, but I think they've calculated this is, I'm gonna guess, a faster solution to the end of the race, especially since let's have a look. What do we have in terms of gap? So 31 seconds They'll gain back some more time next stop as well, but if they can run quicker, they might be able to put a bit more pressure on Abdelhadi, maybe force them into mistake, because I don't think you can catch up anyway. So it's all about putting in very, very good lap times that look scary on the timing board that could maybe force your rival into mistake. That's the only solution I see.
They now stay stationary. They stayed stationary for 32 seconds, so that's basically a normal pit stop. When you have no issues, maybe a couple of seconds faster than usual. So they didn't save anything here with this stop, even though they fueled a bit less amount of fuel into the car. They still needed to do the tire change. So yeah, I mean, faster on the racetrack, but
Correa off the road. I'm just looking at Leave's pit stop, who pitted for 40 seconds.
yeah, but usually it takes.
I'm gonna guess Abdelhadi may have short-fueled his car as well.
I think that the normal pit stops, when you have no issues, maybe nothing to fix on the car, they take around 33 seconds. That's what I've...
GT3. Is it the same for GT4?
It should be the same for GT4. I mean, there's no big difference between the cars during a pit stop. They use the same fuel pumps. They have one screw on the wheel.
Well, GT4, I don't remember a car that has a center lock in GT4.
Well, I see that the last pit stop of Abdelhadi, it was not. Well, they stopped their last.
Abdelhadi, yes, but if you look at Leaf, that was a longer pit stop.
Yeah, so maybe some issue, some damage on the car, some. I don't know, something maybe went wrong during the race.
Because if we look at, I mean, really, you could maybe the 15 McLaren doesn't plan on changing tires at all, because it would be an hour and a half on one set of tires. I don't see a problem doing that.
Yeah, but if they'd stay, well, they had 20 minutes of track time remaining. If they'd stay out for like next 18 minutes, there would be less than 1.5 hours on the clock. That means they definitely could have finished the race with one set of tires. They wouldn't have to change it. And the last pit stop definitely would have been much shorter. So it takes roughly 27, 28 seconds to travel in and out of the pit lane. And then if you need just a splash and dash, let's say stationary time 5 seconds. So that gives you 32 seconds, and they had 20 seconds advantage. So to my calculations, they would have needed like...
How long is a tire change?
I mean, they changed the tires now, so that makes no difference. Well, their pit stop was 32 seconds, so that's... Well, okay, you can save like a couple of seconds with fueling a little bit less, but I don't think you gain too much on the track. Pace difference? Well, they are roughly 1 second faster. Well, half of a second to 1 second faster than Abdelhadi on the racetrack. But they were also faster with the old tire, so I don't know.
Yeah,
I would have gone with the fast splash and dash towards the end of the race. I think that would have been the faster strategy, but well, that's my opinion.
We'll see what the next pit stop of Leaf will be, because actually that won't be a full. That will be close to a full tank. We'll see if GT4 pit stop is any slower here. Issue 4 serve at the dipper here.
Oh, yep, that's dangerous. Well, now during the night time, they teleported to the pits while towing back to the pit lane. I wonder what happened with serve. About to find that out, because, well, strangely, they decided to not continue. Oh, Yuknevicius has
No,
something?
I'm watching that car. No, it's just stuck in
Oh!
traffic.
Heavy contact.
Yeah. Now it just looks to be stuck in traffic. I think that's why we had the yellow, because he was slow behind Alishkin, and he was stuck all the way down the mountain. Gets past. And continues on with his day. And you can now see, once the car passes by, you can see the glowing exhaust at the back of the Ferrari. See a glowing exhaust on the back of the Porsche as well. BMW and Nissan have both, I believe, side exit exhaust. You'll see glowing exhaust on the McLaren, on the Honda, and the McLaren GT4 as well.
Taking a look at the replays, what we have, this is car number 3, Galunis. They are already out of the race, but I'm trying to figure out what was the issue.
Big slide and more hits into the wall.
Yep, and
they get hit by oncoming.
I'm not sure about if they got hit or no, but they had issues during the previous hour and a bit. They had 3 incidents, so maybe they just decided to call it the day. I think
Rivas into pit lane and fixing some damage. So this car ran to the end of its stint. And we're 15, let's say 17 or 18 minutes away from any car stopping being their last pit stop of the race. So a very long stationary pit stop for this Ferrari. Are they... Well, they're not in trouble just yet. They've still got quite a bit of time before Sanchez catches up, and this car moves away. BMW that just passed on the straight, that was Botrosaitis, who laps Rivas now.
Yep, and Sanchez, they are just beginning their down journey from the mountain. They are quite a distance behind.
Yep, and both for Rivas and Sanchez, it will be one more stop. Shorter stop for Rivas, but still a pit stop, so it won't change anything here.
Well, the battle between Kobosnidze and Abdelhadi, the car number 15 definitely has pace advantage. AOR racing team against ATAC. This is actually a battle for P2 in the GT4 class, and the previous leaders, car number 15, they have a very difficult task here to try and catch up with the car ahead. Both cars will still have to make one pit stop. That means Kobosnidze needs to find roughly 30 seconds on the racetrack. They are faster, they are constantly gaining, and that might still come out very close at the end of the race.
Find probably about 20 seconds on the racetrack. They've still got that final fuel stop advantage to Abdelhadi, so still an opportunity there. And we'll see when Abdelhadi does pit for his final stop, whether they've cut down their pit stops towards the end as well. They equaled out the stints. And Alex Leaf, they'll just about be there with their fuel strategy. They'll be on the limit almost, but remember, had that incident, dropped some time and dropped into a worse pit strategy, but are surviving so far. Flash of the lights from Leaf to who? We don't know, maybe to us on the TV broadcast.
There's a car
No.
behind, so maybe...
Yeah, but you wouldn't... Why would you flash a car that's behind you? I don't think that's the case. I think it was for us. I'll just believe that it's for us.
Okay. And that's...
On the left-hand side, just about in the car, you can see blue flashing up. That's the marshalling display inside all of these cars. And it shows the blue flag, and as soon as the car passes by, the blue flag disappears. So a very useful tool in the real world when you can see if that blue flag is for you or not, and at the same time you can see the yellow flags, red flags, full course yellows, or safety cars. So a very useful tool, and it's simulated here in the virtual world as well, but the drivers get an extra notification for blue or yellow, or no, there's no red flags or safety cars, but you'll get blue and yellow flag notifications as well. Fastest lap of his race last time around was done by Kobos Nidze in the number 15 McLaren. 2:11.407 and 2:11.620. Another second taken away from the car ahead. They are on a mission. Even if they can't win this race, they're still gunning for it, and you never know. Issues happen for them. They might happen for Sean Clark Racing at the front as well. Mendeles not catching up to Kristolaitis, so we'll call that battle done. And actually, Juknavicius has caught up to Mendeles, so he's going to take another lap out of him. And Mendeles will be 2 laps down from the race leader.
Yeah, Juknavicius is simply in another league, driving for himself, like having a different car. And wow, he's a lone driver in this event, driving that virtual Ferrari, doing a phenomenal job. You don't see any fatigue or tiredness by the driver here around the Bathurst racetrack. Beautiful shots during the night. Tadas Juknavicius just doing the job fantastically, and we have a jam up the mountain. This is Javi Martinez. I think Krakten was also involved in something that happened here. The leaders flashed by, managed to avoid this accident, so I think we can already try and catch up with what happened. I think 3 cars were involved, car 9, 11 and 13. Not sure how that happened because, well, Martinez is here on his own. Okay, so it started with 1 car going off the racetrack. Martinez had nowhere to go and hit that car. I think that was car number 13 that went off the racetrack, Correa. Yep, we've seen this car having issues quite a lot of times this afternoon. This is another replay of the McLaren just going it a little bit too fast and then going back onto the racing line at low speeds.
I think that was... Who was that? Was that Kristolaitis in that?
No, I think it was Krakten. I think it was Correa, Krakten and Martinez. So Martinez was the car that hit Correa and Krakten managed to avoid them.
It's a yellow for Correa, but that's just the car stationary in the pits.
Kristolaitis and Hansford, they swapped places. That's why we see the white flags by the side of the drivers.
Like this, they've lost a lot of time in general to spawn. Remember, they were out on track together, but this race hasn't gone in their direction at all. And same goes for Silverio. That race has not gone in his direction. And heavily not in his direction. That incident, well, it cost him so much. And strangely, now that stationary car of Korea is actually causing a yellow flag. So the final section of the circuit now, so the final corner and part of the run to turn 1 is under yellow flag.
Yeah.
For some reason.
You could consider that a bug of ACC because the car is safely parked in the pit lane, being fixed by the mechanics.
You're looking at... I'm looking at... Oh! And car 13 disqualified for speeding in the pit lane.
From
That is Korea.
well, they are still stationary.
What happened there? Krikštolaitis off. Krikštolaitis off at Skyline. And he's going to have to get this turned round and done so in a safe manner to not get hit. And, well, survives, almost got hit, but he's reduced that gap. And the question is now, does he have damage?
Well, we can try and take a look at the replay of what happened to Krikštolaitis. Looks like he's on his own. And the darkness might have caught up with the drivers running. Oh, that's dangerous. That might have brought a lot of damage to that Ferrari, and he spent a lot of time spun around. We should wait and see. Well, he lost around 20 seconds here in that, well, collision. I'm looking, we've lost one. Oh yeah, we've lost Korea because we remain with 16 cars in total. All the GT4s were promoted one place up. Korea was running last.
Keeps running quicker, 11.392 compared to a 15.0 by Abdelhadi and a 14.5 by Leaf. Obviously, traffic may be playing a part in this, but wow.
Well, he has a chance now. He has a very nice chance to finish off this race in second position. That's, of course, not a win, but it's still better than finishing third. And, well, they are showing why they were in the lead for the most amount of time this afternoon, up until they made that mistake. Contact with the barrier damaged the car, outsynced their strategy, but they have the pace. And they can allow themselves to, well, try to kind of outsmart their rivals, put them into high risk. Oh, that's Krikštolaitis again, and I think that's it. Yep, and he had contact with Hansford.
He needs to get out of there and gets out of there, but again, question is how much damage. 2 laps in a row. This car has been in trouble, and Mendelis is now definitely in the game. Lost another 10 seconds in this.
And this is a rear end hit. I think, well, at least they risk to receive a warning. How many warnings do they have?
So I don't think Krikštolaitis here risks anything. Hansford, it looks like he just slammed on the brakes.
Okay, so let's take a ride with Hansford. Comes
up the mountain. He slams on the brakes.
Yep.
and downshifts to third gear. Well, Krikštolaitis couldn't have expected that. Nobody could have expected that. You're, coming up at high speed. Guy ahead just smashed on the brakes. Luckily for Krikštolaitis, I think he's gotten away with this one too. Not losing much time.
Yeah, he does not lose much time on the racetrack. That's good news. He lost plenty of time in the battle for... Well, he was actually not even in a battle. He was running safely third. Now suddenly finds Matas Mendelis 8 seconds behind. Still Mendelis is slower, so that's good news for Krikštolaitis, especially if he does have no damage. So he should still be fine here, but the pressure might do something. The pressure on the shoulders of the driver.
Well, he's gotten away with 2 of them. Not sure if he would get away with a third one. Definitely here in traffic. Hansford goes off the road in front of him, but looks like everybody survives for now. Juknevičius on the back of Krikštolaitis now. He's about to lap him for a second time in this race.
GT4 car involved here. P12, that's Abdelhadi, who has been lapped once more by the overall leader. Juknevičius playing smart here, always waiting out for the best opportunity on the track to make those moves, to take another lap of his rivals.
Incredibly, actually, still losing a lot of time is Alex Leaf at the front of the GT4 field. He's losing about a second a lap to Kobosnidze, and while he wouldn't catch up normally with the incidents that we're seeing out on track, you can see that sometimes it doesn't even have to be your own fault to have something happen here. So if I were them, I'd really try and pick up the pace here. This isn't looking... Well, it's still comfortable for them. They've still got a minute 15 in front. And it looks like, just looking at this lap, it looks like maybe he's picking up the pace just that little bit more.
Well, Krikštolaitis definitely has not so badly damaged car. He managed to be fast on the first part of the racetrack on the previous lap, but it looks like his luck was out of office, and Krikštolaitis cutting the track again, having problems in the chicane. I was just telling that he wasn't lucky on the previous lap, because in both second and the third sectors he lost 1.5 and 1.1 seconds. I think that was due to the traffic, or maybe still the car has issues. By cutting the chicane, actually Krikštolaitis gained a bit of time here, because, well, the gap went from 6.6 seconds to 7.6 seconds. Between himself and Matas Mendelis. So Mendelis...
I think Mendelis was in some kind of traffic.
Oh yeah, he was.
So he probably was just running in traffic.
That's Hansford.
Down the mountain.
I think that's Hansford behind Mendelis. Yep. So maybe... Yeah, Mendelis lost 3 seconds actually. So I think he was in a battle with a lapped car. A battle, if you could say so.
Abdelhadi still losing a lot of time compared to what his best laps are. 14.9 this time round. And here comes Kobosnidze. He's going to set a lap time in just a few seconds time. I think that's going to be very, very quick.
It's
11.3, so...
It's only 14 seconds now between these two cars. It was 30 seconds when Kobosnidze went out back on the racetrack after the pit stop. So they already gained 16 seconds on the racetrack in 27 minutes.
Yep, and well, I mean the speed that these guys are putting up. You need 2-3 seconds a lap. That's pretty incredible.
Oh, Crystallitis
1.5.
issues. More issues with lapped cars. It wasn't big. Well, but he still lost 3 seconds. I think he was lapping a GT4 car.
Hands forward off the road at Skyline. And gets back going just about. Abdelhadi's approaching him. So Abdelhadi's going to lose more time. Wow.
Abdelhadi didn't lose time here. No, he didn't lose.
Went on the brakes too early.
Well, he's currently 3/10 slower than his fastest lap time, so that should bring him to a 2 minutes 12.8. If he brings that home, he loses out a bit here on the exit. But it doesn't look too bad of a lap time for Abdelhadi again. But I want to go back to Krikštolaitis. He lost already 4 seconds in this lap, as he will cross the line. I want to take a look at the replay of what happened here. So he gained on... is that Kobosnidze?
No.
No, that's the other car. So that's slow. Well, it doesn't look too bad. A small contact.
No, just traffic.
Yep, that's just traffic. But his lap time was very slow. 2 minutes 5. Another car into the pit lane.
Hands forward into the pits. Yeah, I mean, it makes sense that he was slow. I mean, he got caught up in that traffic. There's not much really you can do there. And Kobosnidze comes across the line. Another 2:11. Another, well, 1.5 gained on the leader. 1.3 gained on the car ahead. So he's really turned up the pace. Now,
Yep.
I don't think he can catch the leader, but this pace is something else. See how long he can really keep this up.
I think he can keep this up till the end of the race. Well, I don't see a reason for them to slow down. They have to catch up with the P2. They are doing that phenomenally good. And they will continue this pace. They led the race up until the mistake. Well, they were obvious leaders. So I think they will continue.
Abdelhadi in more traffic. Another 13-1 from Leaf. Kobosnidze looks like he's, I wouldn't call it lucky, but I would say he's getting some good traffic, at least the last few laps. And actually, both of them, so both Kobosnidze and Abdelhadi, won't have traffic approaching them pretty much at all.
Krikštolaitis into the pit lane.
While.
Krikštolaitis into the pits. They had 15 minutes.
Yep, so probably they decide to get that damage fixed.
Yep, it's gonna be interesting to see how long that damage is going to take to be fixed. But back to these GT4 car battles. So Alex Leaf will be heading into the pit lane by the end of this race, which is gonna be the last pit lane for the current GT4 leaders, Sean Clark Racing. They don't look at threat at all at this moment. They have a huge gap between themselves and Abdelhadi, including Kobosnidze, who is gaining quite fast on both of the cars. And Abdelhadi lost even more time on the previous occasion, 2 minutes 14.1 versus 2 minutes 11.9. Well, Leaf needs to make the final stop, get back on the racetrack. I think they are pretty calm and relaxed. The pace is good. It's more than enough. The main task for the team now is just to try and avoid anything bad that happens on the racetrack, and they should have the win in their pocket, as Alex Leaf will be heading into the pit lane. They don't need to come in too fast to avoid speeding in the pit lane penalties.
Oh, they slow down very, very early to not get that penalty. Because actually, if Kobosnica keeps gaining by that much, he'll, he'll be getting pretty close to catching up here. Because he's lapping it sometimes 2 seconds. If he keeps lapping it 2 seconds a lap quicker, that's a pretty big gain.
You think he is able to gain on Leaf? Because I think Abdelhadi is already out of question. I think they will overtake Abdelhadi.
No, Abdelhadi's out of question, but I think Leaf has to keep this under 2 seconds a lap. Because you'll be getting close to if you're gaining 2 seconds a lap, you're close to gaining a minute per hour. So, and a small mistake that could put you out of it. So I don't think they should relax too much. And Simon Speff gets into the car. So a driver change for the final hour. It's the 4th hour that Speff's gonna do. Maybe they just felt that little bit of pressure, and maybe they know that Speff can handle it better. And they know that he's a little bit better at night here as well. Because I think this pace drop from Abdelhadi, for example, is just because it got dark. The driver's maybe not so used to it. Because Abdelhadi just lost a second in turn 1.
It's already close. Okay, I think that's the case closed between Abdelhadi and Kobosnica. So Abdelhadi, they will focus on finishing the race in P3, and that's more than okay, because if you don't have pace against your rivals, you just focus on the race of yourself to avoid mistakes. They don't need to push, they don't need to overdrive the car, because then you risk to lose the podium place. Yeah, definitely Kobosnica doing here a very, very nice job indeed. Talking about the numbers, so looking at the last stop of Simon Speff and Alex Leaf as they made the driver swap, the car stayed stationary for 35 seconds. So that's roughly identical pit stop times as we have in the GT3 class. To answer that question,
more, so
well, the GT3 cars
40
do.
seconds for a full tank is probably makes sense.
Okay, but that's but that's still just a couple of seconds difference. Well, a few of them. But I want to get back to the battle in the GT3 class between Mendelis and Katkus. So Katkus now took over the wheel from Krikštolaitis. But the biggest issue for this car is the duration of the final stop. They stayed stationary for 51.5 seconds, so that's roughly 18 seconds extra. Yep, so that's roughly 18 seconds extra stationary time. So during those contacts, they lost about 20 or maybe even 30 seconds on the racetrack. Then they lost 20 seconds in the pit lane. So you add that together, and Stevenas Katkus and Krikštolaitis lost 50 seconds in total during the final stint. The Beaver Grease Racing team, they will have a lot of work to do in their hands, and that's what they are trying to achieve. Look at the pace of Stevenas Katkus, 2 minutes, 1 second and 8 tenths. They are certain now that they need to get the job done. The gap between Matas Mendelis and Katkus is 67 seconds. The pit stop duration...
But Mendelis has to pit in 20 minutes. So his pit stop is not going to be 32 seconds. His pit stop's going to be 15. Maybe less. So this, I really don't understand why they fixed the car. Why they lost time to fix the damage. Because the car was running fine. They were running quick.
Can you avoid the oh, did he clip the barrier? Can you cancel?
Sure,
I never ran a ECC, so I'm not sure. Maybe you can.
sure you can say no to repairs, because this is gonna lose them the race here.
They are fast. Matas Mendelis just did a
that's-
2 minutes 3 seconds .1. Stefanas Katkus is on a route to do a 2 minutes 1 second and 5 tenths here, so that's more than 1.5 seconds faster. We have to wait till Mendelis goes into the pit lane. We will have a driver change. We should have a driver change. I assume Pix will get behind the wheel of that Porsche. And let's look at the lap times of the drivers. So actually Pix was the slowest of the 3 drivers. The fastest driver in the Porsche was Justinas Soldukas. He did a 2 minutes .9. Mendelis, Mendelis did a 2 minutes .1.8. Well, 2 minutes 1 second and 8 tenths. And Pix did the fastest lap time of 2 minutes 2 seconds and 4 tenths. Of course, started the race and the conditions were the worst at that time, so I'm pretty sure has more speed in himself, but that also might play a big role here in this battle for P3.
If they're changing drivers.
Well, yeah, we don't know. I just assume that they will to have equal time behind the wheel, but we will leave that for the teams to figure out. But well, looking at the pace difference here, Katkus and the Beaver Grease Racing team still look stronger, and that should be roughly, well, it still should be roughly 20 seconds difference between the drivers. Spawn goes into the pit
come out
lane.
of the pits.
Yep.
Maybe even more. Because if you look at, well, pit stop time from line to line is 1 minute 6, but remember, you're still moving down the pit lane. You're not stationary, so the real delta, I would say, is under a minute. Call it at about 55. So 59. So that would be a delta for a normal pit stop. And these guys did a very long pit stop. Oh, car off the road. I was watching Katkus and Hansford went off the road. And now Mendelis will surely have a much shorter pit stop. So it's all going to depend on how much shorter will it be. Spawn comes in. Final pit stop for him. And Mendelis has about 10 minutes left in this stint.
Yep. Talking about the battles in the GT4 class, by the way, Kobosnidze has just went into the pit lane. And again, it was a 35.6 stationary time. So I wouldn't say they do short pit stops here with the McLaren.
And how long was Beth's stationary time?
35.4 compared to 35.6.
That's tires, I'm guessing. That's the limit of the tire. Because it's the same time. I would guess.
Yep, most likely.
Because they wouldn't have had to fuel that much to get to the end.
Definitely not, because they did not spend too much on the racetrack after their final stop. They spent 38 minutes on the racetrack after their previous stop, and after 38 minutes they went back into the pit lane. So definitely had a lot of fuel in the fuel tank, so they only needed to refuel.
They fueled to the end. I don't think they fueled to the brim last stop. I'm gonna guess they're running it at about 3/4 of a tank, or even less maybe. So they're refueling as much as they need to get to the end. So 50 minutes worth of fuel. And that's how I'm guessing we're getting that time. We'll see how long it takes as just watching Hansford go off again. We'll see how long it takes once Abdelhadi takes his pit stop, which he's doing right now. So coming in to the pits from P2 in GT4. Gets the car slowed down early enough for the line. And
doing the pit stop also a bit earlier, so basically reacting to the pit stop of Kobosnidze. They had a couple of laps on the clock remaining for them to finish off that stint, but I think they
just felt the tires were falling off maybe a
yep,
little bit.
Yep, I'm pretty sure they went back in for a tire change. Stationary already for 35 seconds and still staying stationary. This is a slightly longer pit stop. Oh no, okay, is it maybe that's
looking at the wrong number.
I think I'm looking at the wrong number exactly. I think that's total
so
pit time.
30, 31, 32, and 32 seconds stationary for that car. It's actually a quicker pit stop than what Kobosnidze had behind.
Yep, 32.9 stationary. And that's gonna be close. That's still gonna be very close. We will have a battle on the racetrack. It stays the same. It's about 7 seconds. Well, yep. So maybe a bit more, having in mind that car number 16 spent a little bit less time stationary, though. They spent about 2.5 seconds faster while standing still, but they spent about 1.5 seconds longer while going in and going out into the pit lane. So the overall time of the pit time is basically the same between the two cars. Maybe a second faster for car 16.
Maybe slow on entry then.
Yep.
Not trying to risk a penalty, but really for both of them, it doesn't. Well, what for Abdelhadi, speed, unless he thinks he can hold off completely here for the rest of this race. Like, it's seeming that big of a difference. Really more about finding time for that 16 AMG to make it more and more difficult for Kobosnidze to catch up, who's absolutely flying on this lap. Wow, that is...
If the delta is correct, that's gonna be a 2 minutes and 10 seconds lap time.
Yep, so just watching that car, because that delta is incredible. He can keep stomping in those laps.
Yep, it's only 3.3 seconds now between themselves and Abdelhadi. So, yeah, that's not gonna be too difficult. There you see Abdelhadi up in front. So they are just flying towards that Mercedes AMG GT4 car.
But delta was wrong, so it's an 11.5, still incredibly quick. That's still over 2 seconds quicker than the current leader in GT4. It wasn't a 1 minute 10. Maybe something's just wrong with the delta, but it's still incredibly quick this last lap, as everybody else keeps losing time. This car is finding pace where others can't. This difficult nightly condition. I think a lot of the drivers are happy there's no rain. Battle for third in GT3, that gap has stabilized. So it's at 1.8 seconds, 1.7 seconds. Nothing's really changing as Menderes is going quick on this lap. And he's coming closer and closer to when he needs to make his final pit stop. 6 minutes to go on his drive time.
Oh, Abdelhadi into the wall.
And Kobosnidze is going to try and go down the inside. Gets the door shut on him. But will have some more opportunities.
I think Abdelhadi hit the wall.
His car has. Have a look here. He comes down the straight, and I think Abdelhadi does have some damage because he's caught up to him by a crazy amount. And can he go down the inside? He actually had to brake before the kink, and that's how he lost time. But I think this is more a matter of when and not if. And can he go down the inside here? Nope, has to wait still, but should try and dispatch of the car ahead as soon as possible. Yeah, they are hoping that they can put pressure on that Sean Clark Racing car in the lead soon. Again, he's getting stuck. Doesn't have the momentum out of the first corner to try and make a move. He's getting closer. They get up to 6th gear. And nope, stays behind.
Well, plays it safe. Definitely doesn't want to risk too much here. Kobosnidze. Still plenty of time on the clock. Still looks to be out of reach the Simon Speth car for the lead. So Kobosnidze decides to wait out a bit, put some pressure on Abdelhadi. Abdelhadi seems to be doing a nice job while defending and finding those brake spots, always aiming on a very good exit to eliminate the chances for Kobosnidze on a better straight line speed. That's gonna be a very interesting battle to watch here, definitely. I definitely want to see the replay of what happened to Abdelhadi. They had 3.3 seconds gap and then something happened up the mountain. I assume Abdelhadi just hit the barriers.
It was actually down the mountain where he had his incident. So let's see if there's any change. Again on the straight. There's a big slipstream now on the Conrad straight.
Oh!
He gets on the brake. That's the problem. He keeps getting on the brakes through the kink, and that's what destabilizes the car. Abdelhadi out wide into the grass, and through the grass comes Kobosnidze. Now he's on the outside for that braking zone, but he's been so much quicker. But no, Abdelhadi tries to go back down the inside and gets the car stopped on the apex. No chance now for Kobosnidze to come back on him, but he's going to go to the outside. Abdelhadi to the inside, trying to make his exit worse onto the mountain straight here. And here we go as we head down into turn 2. Kobosnidze goes to the outside, and this is going to be a difficult move to make into this braking zone. He's going to have to be super duper brave to get it done around the outside, and he just can't. Just about. Abdelhadi holds on again. And does Abdelhadi have his hazard lights on?
I don't know, but one thing I understand.
Abdelhadi has his hazards on. Look at them flashing. For some reason, he's enabled to hazard. Oh, into the wall. Big smack, but we've seen smacks like that and cars survive. And I think Kobosnidze just got frustrated there.
Maybe. Well, looks like Abdelhadi has much better brakes on that AMG Mercedes, because every time Kobosnidze tried to overtake Abdelhadi, he didn't have the brakes, or maybe he didn't have the trust in the brakes.
I think he didn't have the confidence, and the bigger issue was he always and it might happen here again, into the chase. He gets so close, he gets on the brakes, and the car goes crazy at that point on the bumps. But I think he's just gonna have the overdrive here, goes to the inside, and he should make this move quite easily. No questions asked. On the bump, the car gets unsettled, but this time I think he finally gets it done, unless there's anything that Abdelhadi can do from behind, unless he can outbrake him somehow around the outside. Look at him on the brakes. Abdelhadi has a lot of trust in the brakes, but gets pushed out wide. and I can't see a way for him to come back. Kobosnidze finally up into P2 after, well, wasting so much time behind. And I don't see any more opportunity for him to try and do anything for the lead of this race unless something really changes for the race leader here. So this is a replay to the outside.
Yeah, but it's the end
of
of the overtake already. So I didn't catch up with how it started because there was a replay of Abdelhari making the contact with the barriers running down the hill. And at that time, Kobosnidze found the strength to outbreak Abdelhari, but the battle is still not over.
He just went past him down the straight. It wasn't even on the brakes. He went past him on the straight pretty easily. And then side by side, there was an attempt to get the position back by Abdelhari, but yeah, I didn't really see that opportunity come up. But Kobosnidze off the road, and he's just about going to hold on to that position as Papanastasiou gets through. And actually, there was a stop for Mendelis and
Yep.
behind the wheel.
Yep, that's what I was willing to talk about while we were still looking at the battle in the GT4 class. Pix is behind the wheel. Stevenos Katkos is only 2.3, now 2 seconds behind Pix. So this is gonna be the next battle for podium places.
He's hitting curbs. He's going. I saw him go off the road down the straight. I don't really understand the decision to change driver here. Because now you've put a new driver in at night with a car coming up on you. And also, you've lost time here. So, this decision to me makes very little sense. And because they spent a lot of time in the pits. It wasn't a super quick pit stop.
Yep, it was 36.5. Yep, 36.5 stationary.
So I'm guessing driver change costs you there as well. Yeah, I don't get that. Really don't. How did they not gain time on that final pit stop? Unless Pixec could really find something here. But
well, he's going good. Well, he's going good now.
He really missed that one. And he's being put under more and more pressure. I'm not sure that delta is correct.
We're about to find out, but it seems he's 3/10 off the pace. Not sure what lap that's being compared to. Katkos was not too fast on the previous lap also.
For me, it's showing that he's 3/10 up on the pace. But that's, yeah, to a 2:09. I don't believe that. I think it's comparing to something else, because Katkos is up on something. But he's catching up, and catching up quickly. You can see Pixet making more and more mistakes, and this is going to be an opportunity for Katkos to make a move around the outside. He's going to go. Pixet does have enough confidence to break here, but this is, again, more of a when, not if. 203.5, so he's definitely not up on anything on that delta. And he's going to be put under more pressure. Barzikin in front of them. They get past him, and Katkos, if he can't make a move here, he'll have to stay behind for one more lap. But he might just have the confidence into the next braking zone. Pixel goes to the inside. Katkos stays behind for now, but Biggs goes a little bit wide. Stays behind. So it's going to be an opportunity next lap. But how much has he caught up? Just a couple of laps. The gap was 5 seconds at one point, I think. Pixel going wide through there. And they've got Papanastasiou behind both of them coming up, so they're blue flagged in front. Don't think anybody's getting out of the way here. That's Papanastasiou coming up on them. He's running in second. Remember, he looked at one point, especially before we went on break, it was all of these free cars potentially in with a shot at P2, but now that's not even close. What will Katkus do? I don't think he'll lift off here. He'll let Papanastasiou overtake him fair and square at some point because he's focused on that Porsche ahead. Putting that Porsche under pressure as well. Look at how much he gains on the brakes there. So much closer. Even if Katkus is losing time to his best lap, but Pixet is not able to keep that pace, at least for now. And the more laps they do, the more used to the track condition, the car condition, and the darkness will that Porsche ahead, will Pixet in the Porsche ahead get. So it's more about Katkus getting past ASAP.
Well, Pixet is finding pace. He's picking up pace, slowly but surely. 2 minutes 2.6 against Stevenas Katkus. So it seems that the pace difference is not that big for Katkus to have enough of confidence to make a move here on Pixet. So maybe he should kind of try to figure out how he could use the help of Papanastasiou here. Though Papanastasiou just, well, it looks like Papanastasiou just lifted out of this battle and made himself a comfortable gap in case something happens in front. We have traffic coming in.
Yep, traffic ahead, and that puts them both closer again. That's going to help. That's going to remove that blue flag because Papanastasiou is going to get stuck behind the AMG there. And I don't think he'll have a chance to overtake it. Nope, he doesn't. So now it's a straight fight. You don't have that blue flag annoying you behind. Let's see what the Ferrari can do here on the straight. We've seen it go much quicker on the speed trap. See how true those numbers were, as now it's a straight fight for P3 in this race. In the final half hour, Pixet defends and Katkus spins. He spins right round behind him.
There you go.
Can't believe it. He was close. This was an unforced error. I'd like to see that again, but
there you go. This is the replay from the outside cameras.
So he's coming up behind him, and
was there a contact? What happened here?
No, there's definitely no contact.
But the car just snapped.
Can we have a look on board? Because the gap's big. Martinez has just smacked the wall, by the way, on Skyline, but continues on. So let's have a look on board. So this is Stevenas Katkus coming into the kink here. I think he just went on the brake.
I don't know, maybe, well...
I think he touched the brake to try and change direction, or at least lift it off, and just didn't have the grip on the front. Just didn't have the grip on the rear. Front gripped up too much and just spun around. Really a weird error. But they'll release him out to try and catch back up. Martinez running slowly down the straight.
Oh, heavy damage.
Skyline, and he stops just to let everybody through.
Tries to get back into the pit lane, doing some 360s down the straight. Who's approaching him? Car number 17. That's Simon Speth. Goes by safely. Then we've got car number 19 behind.
too many issues. He should just go into the pits. Yes, he does. And another repair for this car is incoming.
And we have no more pit stops for all the cars on the track that need to be done, except Serve and Sanchez. Oh, Martinez, who has went into the pit lane to fix the car. Okay, looking...
50 seconds from the lead. Speff has lost time somewhere.
Yep.
Because Abdelhadi's 5 seconds behind Kolosnizis. Speff has lost time somewhere.
They are just going slow. I think they are going slow and safe. 27 minutes on the clock, 53 seconds of lead. Yeah, that's something has to go wrong quite drastically for Simon Speff and the Sean Clark Racing team to lose the GT4 class win. But looking back into the battle for P3 in the GT3 class, look, Pix Air just received free track from behind. I mean, Katkus made that mistake. Found some nice pace here. He doesn't need to go defensive. And it looks like he is able to go slightly faster now than Stevenas Katkus does. And that's more pressure on the shoulders of Katkus than it is on the shoulders of S. So, and now Katkus is stuck behind the traffic. A slower GT4 car running down that mountain, losing even more time here, more valuable time, 26 minutes till the end of this race. I think that's also kind of the battle done in the GT3 class.
I wouldn't say that's battle done. Still 25 minutes to go. If Katkus can find his pace and his confidence again. Pix now has Papanastasiou behind. And even if he doesn't let him through by lifting off, well, Papanastasiou will get past. He's running much quicker. Been able to catch up again.
Yep, Papanastasiou flashing lights already, not happy about being stuck behind Pix, but well,
I think it's less about not happy.
There you go.
Pixel lift off. I wasn't expecting that. It's less about being unhappy and more about just saying hello. I'm here. And now Pixel has lost a second.
Yep.
There.
That cost him 1 full second in the battle for P3. Gap goes down again a bit. Confidence for Stevenas Katkus here in this situation. Motivation fueled for car number 5. This is the battle for the last podium place.
Yep, with 24 minutes to go. Katkus definitely looks quicker here. He missed his opportunity right when Pix exited the pit lane, when he wasn't comfortable. He didn't know the dark, he didn't know the conditions. That was his chance. He missed that chance. Then he missed another chance by spinning off.
Someone's off the track, someone's hit.
No, that's Pix just touching the grass, and that's not the first time he's done that. The big issue now for Katkus is actually that Pix has Papanastasiou in front of him as a reference.
A nice glide around the racetrack, a faster car.
Gliding. Just following, because clearly he struggled. He struggled in the dark. And actually a similar thing has happened with Abdelhadi. He's lost a bit of ground now, but he's actually been able to keep behind Kolosnizis better than I would have expected, because his lap times have gone into the 2-minute 12s when he was in the 13s and 14s before. So we've seen this happen in the other category. Let's see what happens, because Pix has he's gained a lot in Sector 1 here. We'll see how well he can keep up the pace here up the mountain.
Ooh, Katkus doing mistakes. That has cost him definitely around half of a second. Missed the corner completely. The car went sideways, and he doesn't have a good exit up to run up onto the mountain. Now it equaled out, but look at the gap is up to 4.1 seconds, so he's not decreasing the gap between himself and he's increasing the gap. I'm pretty sure the driver feels frustration now. Looking at the time, it's only 22 minutes on the clock. Looking at the gap, it's either stable or growing. So good news for Pix.
He's got a very good guide in front of him, and he's got a draft as well up the straight. So he's just gaining time. He's 7/10 up, and I think that's to his own best lap in this stint. That's what I'm guessing the delta is referring to. That's how good it is to have a car in front of you, but he started now to lose time and lose ground to the car ahead. Won't be able to follow him perfectly anymore.
It should be a 2 minutes, 2 seconds and 8/10. No, wow, that's actually
0.5.
That's the fastest lap time of the car at this stint. Well, the fastest lap time is 2 minutes, 0.9. Which Soldukas has put in.
Abdelhadi's had something happen to him. Just saw yellows with him, and he's lost quite a bit of time. And I think he maybe had a spin, or at least a half spin somewhere.
Maybe half of a spin, because, well, he lost around 2.4 seconds. System didn't caught up with it as an accident.
Oh, Pixa has dropped a lot of time in Sector 1 now.
6/10. Again, maybe a small mistake.
He's lost a second to Papanastasio in front. So he doesn't have a guide in front of him. He still has a car that lights up the road at least a little bit. So we'll see how well can he do now. He's had a few laps to learn. Gotta use all that he's learned to try and hold Katkus off for these next 20 minutes of the race. The gap changes as well. It's definitely advantage Porsche at the top of the mountain. And it looks like advantage Ferrari once they get to the straights. Hicks has definitely lost the car in front.
Yep, he lost.
May not be as good. This final section of the lap is easier. There's a little bit of lighting track side. This is the only part of the track that has it. As 201 from Papanastasio, picks at 2024, 2022 from Katkus.
And on this pace, that's not enough for Katkus. Well, he theoretically can still gain on picks, but both of the drivers are basically on a very similar pace, which means it's definitely difficult to make a move here. And Katkus made a mistake here into turn 2. Not a big one, still losing a bit of time, a couple of tenths, and that's all it matters for Pix and the WorldSimSeries car running P3rd. But, well, if the things stay as they are and nothing big comes in, I don't see Katkus overtaking Pix anywhere on this track. Unless someone makes a mistake here.
Maybe it just takes a little bit of traffic.
Yeah, but still.
These two guys back up together.
But still, I don't see the pace advantage here, the big pace advantage from Stefanos Katkus to be able to make that move. Even if they get bunched up, he was already on the back of Pixar, but he just simply didn't have the pace. Well, the car should have a better straight line speed than the Porsche,
he
but
had the pace then, but he made a massive mistake, and I'm sure he's still feeling the effects of it. I'm sure the tires didn't get better after that spin. So I think it's more now in his mind as well for Katkus to calm down and find his pace, because he was running in the 201s. He was going quick. We don't know where that pace has gone. It's down to the 202s.
yep.
It has gone into the 201s. But if Katkus would get back to his pace, which he had previously, it would be fine.
Well, Pixar has fresher tires. Steven Katkus is out there on the racetrack for 40 minutes already. Pixar is only out on the racetrack for 20 minutes, so there's your tire difference here on both of the cars. Has more convenience, more trust in the car, more grip than Steven has, and it's not working out.
But he was running in the 201s, 5 minutes ago.
Well, he
reached the cliff.
Oops, a bit of traffic.
Yep, and that's what Steven Katkus wants. It's a little bit of help, a little bit of traffic as the McLaren backs out.
It was Sanchez. Nice.
Time lost. See if Katkus can now catch up to him quickly enough where the McLaren will not be an issue for him once he starts going up the mountain next time, but I'm not sure. He's close enough. It's really a race now on the shoulders of Katkus. He lost 2 perfect opportunities. He now has to create one himself in these last 15 minutes of the race. They will be approaching traffic. We see quite a big group of GT4s in front. So that could still change something here. Katkus, flash of the lights to the McLaren in front. I think it should move away soon as he's getting closer and closer. That McLaren wants to be involved in this lead, in this battle for a podium spot, but no, Katkus, he gets a bit more lucky with the traffic, gets past him right before the mountain. And now we've got a line of GT3 cars. So Martinez leads this line. And then you've got Papanastasiou catching up to him. And it's Pix behind, and Katkus behind that. Now, they're approaching the GT4s. They've got the 16 car. Which will be first, the first one they're catching. And they'll have the 19, the 18, the 15, and the 20. There's the number 12 GT3 of Hansford involved in that train of cars as well. If you look at the track map, there's a huge, pretty much most of the field is in this quarter of the track. Then you've got the race leader in no man's land, and then you've got other cars going up the mountain. I think 4 cars there. So pretty much everyone's here. The party's here with 13 minutes to go. Katkus has gained on this lap. He's been maybe a little bit better in traffic, maybe a little bit more lucky. 2020, 2024 as they cross the line. Maybe Katkus just regaining his confidence. Pixat has lost really any sight of Papanastasiou in front of him. So surely that's not helping him. He's still got sight of a few headlights in front. At least showing him where approximately the corner is. But that gap at the front, that gap in front of Katkos clearly going down. Katkos gets back in a rhythm that we saw him do from the beginning of the stint. And that rain that we were hoping for, that we saw in qualifying, well, never came. Unfortunately, or fortunately for some, that rain never did arrive. And Pixet just got past, I believe that is a GT4. So he got past him before heading down the mountain. I don't think that GT4 is going to hold up Katkos though.
That's Abdelhadi. That's Abdelhadi running third in the GT4 class.
So pretty much even for both of them. Pixet maybe lost just that little bit more time, but he should be able to be tight with that next GT4. That's number 19. Serve is in front of him. I think he should be able to get him on one of the straights. Papanastasiou not taking any risks in traffic. Pixet just jumped that curb through the chase, and just a bit more time. The pressure now. Got that McLaren in front of him. Should get past it pretty easily, and he does. Katkos should be able to catch that McLaren down the next straight. And now has another McLaren in front of him. That's the number 18 of Barzikin. We'll get that one on the straight as well. So this will flip at least a little bit in the direction of Pixet, but he couldn't get the move done. He was a little bit slow on the brakes, a little bit more time lost, down to 1.5 that gap. But now Katkos will have to negotiate this McLaren. It's important to do it before that right-hander if you can.
Oh, that was risky.
He's taking risks, and it makes sense. He's got nobody behind him. I mean, Silverio a minute behind, but it doesn't matter if you're 4th or 5th. It matters if you're on the podium or not. So Katkos still trying.
Yep. In the meantime, while these drivers are battling for the last podium place, Tadas Juknavicius is simply having fun out on the racetrack, setting one fastest lap after another. And this time he sets a 59.3, his previous fastest lap time in this stint. During these final laps was 59.4, so he's not only fast, he's very, very consistent here. In no man's land, as Gustas already mentioned, you can see him on the map. He's enjoying the track for himself. Good conditions, good weather conditions, slightly worse vision because of the darkness. Still, Juknavicius looks like he can complete a very fast lap, even blindfolded. He doesn't need to see the track, he has it in the...
Makes much difference for him.
Ooh.
I think he's got his turn-in points and everything done up perfectly. That was good in traffic, decisive from Katkos. He saw that McLaren go off. He just went to the outside, got the move done, and the McLaren really had to kind of lift off to allow him through. That was Kobosnidze. He was 40 seconds down from the lead, but I think he's given up on any chance of catching up. Mendeles, Pixet gets past the... What was that? That's the number 20 AMG GT4.
Schlebusch.
Yep, and shouldn't be too difficult for Katkos to do it down this straight as well. And that is GT4 traffic done. The 17 car, it's quite far ahead. I don't think they'll catch up to it. So this should be a straight fight. There are 2 more GT3s in this line of cars. Martinez is the next car up, and Hansford is still there. So they make mistakes, these guys might catch up to them. But pretty much it's a straight fight. I think that it'll catch up to Martinez for sure. know if they'll catch up to Hansford. Pixa gets sideways on the exit from the Dipper. It's all about these final few laps. Who can hold on to this pressure? Because flash of the lights from behind. Pixa flash of the lights, I believe, to the car in front as well. But Anastasiou crashes out in front of them, almost hit Hansford, so he'll still be there for these guys to negotiate. I don't think this is over just yet. Anastasiou will head back out, and I think he just needs to roll to the finish line. He's still got, well, now less than a lap advantage over these two. But now Pixa will have a car in front of him. This is a replay. What happened to Anastasiou? Again, that Acura gets on the brakes and everybody just goes off. Pixa has caught up to Martinez. He's caught up to Hansford as well. Sitting on the back of Martinez, he's getting that draft up the straight. Goes to the outside to try and get Martinez. Martinez lifts out of it, and this couldn't have gone better for Pixa. Hansford, though, gets out of the way, and Katkus flashing the lights at Martinez, saying, you get out of the way, please. But we'll see if that happens. It's two Ferraris, but they're not teammates. But Martinez does move out of the way. He realizes this is not his fight. Now, where is the leader of the race? He's just started another lap. So actually, it should be 4 to go. Unless he decides to back out of it, but I don't think he will.
That's tight. This is a nice battle, and while the gap is stable for the past 2 or 3 laps between Katkos and Pix, around 2 seconds. They have a clear track now in front of them, so that's between Pix and Katkos to battle it out for the last podium place, and Pix is still doing a very, very nice job. Looks like the pace advantage is on the side of Katkos, but it's not a too big one. Of course, still putting more pressure to the shoulders of than it is for Katkos. He's just doing his job, just being slightly faster. He just gained half of a second in the course of one corner. The chase section is very difficult for the drivers this afternoon. Maybe the telemetry is telling us small lies here, but look at the pace bow.
It's showing something different.
Wow.
They'll have one more piece of traffic. Papanastasiou goes to the pits. That is, well, I don't know if he really did he really need that fixed that much?
Hard to tell. Maybe it was big damage, but they had a lot of time. I think they can allow themselves.
But, so they'll have that one more piece of traffic, which will be Simon Speff in the lead of the GT4 class. That will be coming up to them next lap, and I think they might catch it on the Mount. See if that affects this race at all. Now, just last lap 2 minute 3.5. Unless he decides to slow down, it will be 3 more laps for these guys as they cross the line. And Papanastasiou comes out, so quick fix, and doesn't lose the position. That was the most important thing for him. Let's see what
most intense minutes for Pix, but he's doing a phenomenal job. Look at the gap for the full lap. The gap is simply the same, doesn't change at all, and the time is ticking out. 3 minutes and 15 seconds on the clock.
There's a big difference between these two in the chase. You can really see it. Katkos gains so much time through the chase.
Yep. So the last portion of the racetrack.
3 laps to go. Even if it's 3 minutes on the clock, it all depends on where the leader of the race is, and the leader of the race is in a spot where he's extending this race. Because he's going to cross the line now, soon, and that will mean 2 laps to go. So this is good for Katkust. I don't think Pixel wants this. And actually, there's a bit more traffic because that's Silverio who just came out of the pits. And right in front of him, that is Simon Speff. So right in front of Pixel is Simon Speff. And Pixel gets stuck behind Simon Speff now. And he turns Simon Speff. There's contact! More contact!
Wow.
And now this battle is back. So Pixel ran into the back of Simon Speff. I don't think that's going to be a penalty, maybe a warning. But Pixel is going to have damage on his car. I'm not sure if Katkuz has damage on his car.
We need to take a look at the replay here. What on earth happened here? Remember, Simon Speff is leading the GT4 class.
Yeah, and Pixel just went right into the back of him. And oh, there was a smack from behind.
Yep, that's Katkuz.
Katkust, and I think Katkust has got damage because he's losing time to Pixel.
I think I heard. I think it was announced that that's the final lap for the leader.
That's not possible.
Well,
so maybe the engineers.
Oh, it was more like contacts rather than. I mean, Pixel and Simon Speff slowed it so much down that Katkuz had nowhere to go. And look now at the gap, 2.5 seconds. Does Steven Katkuz have damage now?
I'm sure he does. He had a big smack there, and I think it's ended up worse for him than Pixel in front. So that contact may have just decided this race. Unfortunately, I would say, because we were hoping for a really, really good battle, but Pixel ran into the back of Simon Speff. And now the leader has started the final lap of the race with 30 seconds in hand.
Pixel received a warning for that contact, so no big penalties. That's the first warning for car number 7.
Won't change anything.
Yep, the leader started the last lap now.
Yep, and Katkuz just keeps losing time now, even if Pixel is losing time as well. He knows he can lose time. He doesn't really.
Oh, look at the car.
For him.
Or did it look like the wheel is out of alignment? Maybe it just looked like that. No, is it? We need to wait for a straight line.
Straight. But it doesn't look like that car is turning. It's out of alignment.
It is a bit out of alignment.
Yep. You can see there's a big dead zone. And yep, he got off much worse from this than Pixel, who caused that contact. So Pixel got away with it. And that's going to be enough for him if he doesn't make a mistake on this final lap, and he doesn't need to. Because he knows that the car behind is much more damaged than his is. He's dropped to a 2-minute free pace. So it's time now to look at the race leader. We haven't looked at him that much this race because not much has happened as he passes the GT4 leader.
Yep, and Simon Speff.
Final lap.
I think they waited for the leader. I think they waited.
I'm not sure they waited.
I think they waited. They were 4 seconds slower.
Takes the win. Well, Speff had issues, so maybe just had those issues, but Tadasuk now just takes the win, and a dominant win, as well as Simon Speff finishes in first in GT4, holds on to it, as Kobosnitsa will take P2, and a bittersweet P2 for them, I'm sure. And Abdelhadi will come back in P3. That's Papanastasiou who finishes P2 in GT3. And these guys can be happy about their race, even with that late race issue, as Barzikan finishes in P4, Abdelhadi P3 in GT4, and they're happy about that. Well, they could hold on to P2, but P3 is still a great result for them. We're waiting for these final few cars to come across the line. Multiclass finishes in 6th, 7 for Sanchez, 9 for Cragden, and the rest of the cars just need to take the line. And picks coming through the chase for the final time. Hansford has crashed one more time for the final lap into the chase, and here comes Pixat out of the final turn. He holds on to that final podium position, and Steven Askatkus in P4, but he's gonna beat himself up about that one. He had the opportunity to do it, but Pixat held on. Steven Askatkus wasted his chances and lost that podium. Hansford, well, he's the final car to cross the line and crashes on the line for good measure. One more crash can't hurt, right? And that was the 6 hours. Congratulations to those who got their cars to the checkered flag.
What a race it was. Wow. Yeah. A lot of chaos, a lot of action on the racetrack. It was definitely an interesting finish to the race. We had a couple of battles in both of the classes for podium places, and look at the gap between between Kobosnidze and Speth is only 25 seconds at the line. That was close with the contact between and Simon Speth. It definitely might have ended way worse than it did. But I'm really lucky to have had this interesting finish to a very chaotic race. 23 cars started the event, I believe, or was it 22? I think it was 22. So 16 cars reached the finish line. A lot of has been learned by the rookie teams, and well, congratulations to Tadas Juknavicius, who did it all on his own and was in another league. Nowhere came near him.
Yep, that was the one performance where you have no questions who deserved to be there. So congratulations to the winners.